So what's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is me, Dr. Dang, and along with me, as usual, is going to be Lucifer. As I welcome you all to AMD Ryzen presents Skyesports League 2021, powered by WD Black, platform partner GoGame.Live, connectivity partner Act Fibernet, and broadcast partner Loco. And well, we have the eliminator lined up for you guys today. It is Hyderabad Nawabs taking on Kolkata Tridents, and Lucifer. It is going to be a cracker of a game.
It's going to be a cracker of a game because this is not going to be like qualifier one. It's going to be a direct elimination, and whoever manages to lose the couple of games on the best of five will be heading on home. And it's not going to be a league matches. There's no points. There is points in terms of bagging a map where you will be getting that map in your favor, and then three more maps, and you close out and move on to qualifiers too. But who will be doing it? Because one team, we know they were the previous champions. Coming to Kolkata, they have been one team, and we could call them the kind of dark horses who have never been on the points table in the start of the journey. But when we were about to end the league matches, they made their big impact and headed their way into the qualifiers.
That is definitely true, and we have consistently seen this across the table from both these teams that, well, they are going to be having some issues that they dealt with, but at the end of the day, they are going to be extremely, extremely popular, and well, their fans expect something, and they are here to deliver on it.
I agree with you. I mean, today's performance that we are going to see, because yesterday we imagined what is going to happen, how will it affect teams, and what will be the case that we'll be looking out for, because Bangalore and Rajasthan, two huge titans fighting out. Yesterday's match was immense and it was amazing to watch, and I'm expecting something very similar and maybe even more rampant and unpredictable, because seeing yesterday's match of a best of five, it's just building on the energy and excitement.
That is true. I think that one thing we did, actually, we did not miss out on anything yesterday. We saw all five maps. It's just that Bangalore on the last and the final map just did not have the same energy to go on that Rajasthan did. But I think that today's teams, they are not looking to drop anything because Hyderabad, they have a reason. It's going to be the fact that they are defending champions. They want to make their way into the playoffs. They want to play qualifiers too and play the grand finals, contest alongside Rajasthan to make sure that, well, they prove they are the best Sky League team. As for the side of Kolkata, well, they've struggled their way through the league. They've reached the place where they wanted to be. They've reached the place where the four other teams, Delhi, Mumbai, Punjab, and Chennai, were unable to make a showing up. So for Kolkata, they represent the five teams in the league. They not only represent a spot for themselves, but they also represent the four teams that are not going to be here in the league.
I agree with you completely. Kolkata is one team that everybody was rooting for, not only the viewers, not only the team and the fans, but the teams itself that played in the Sky Esports. As you said, they're going to represent them because this is one of those teams, as I mentioned, the dark horses who have eventually came up and moved their way into the playoffs, and today they'll be battling it out. But as we said, there's a knife hanging in both the teams' legs, and who will be dropping that knife, we are not sure, because one team wins, as you said, will be moving on to the qualifiers too. If another other team loses, it's going to be fourth spot and no more movement from there. And so it's going to be a high intense game, and whether it'll be Kolkata Tridents bagging it and taking it away into qualifiers too and battling it out with Bengaluru Crushers to make their way into grand finale, or will it be Hyderabad Nawabs, as you said, the defending champions, is something that we'll be looking forward to. But today's game, I'm pretty sure it's going to be super intense, and maybe again we might see a best of 5 and couple of overtimes as well.
I completely agree with you. I think that overtime is something we are definitely going to be seeing because, again, a best of five, all five maps that are there in the pool for this tournament are going to be played now. Well, yes, it does depend on whether a team is going to win 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2, is up to these two teams to really figure out and find out whether they're going to be doing that. But irrespective of all of that, we know for a fact that we are going to be seeing some of the favorite maps, at least from both these teams, and that is going to give us a great opportunity to see whether these teams are going to stack up well against each other. Is it going to be a one-sided affair? Is it going to be really close and we will take overtime in every single map to find the answer? I think that it's going to be the overtime one.
I agree with you. It should be the overtime one that we end up seeing, because how these teams have come up throughout the matches and how they've managed to pull it off, it's something immense and really commendable for them to pull off a game like this. Because as we said, both these teams had a very shaky start. Yes, Hyderabad had a couple of wins, but in between they had losses, because of which it looked like Hyderabad, who were the previous champions, were backing away. But eventually they made their way back. They have a strong footing now, and they've showed up a really amazing performance. Same goes for Kolkata Tridents. Not a great start. They were fumbling as they moved in this league 2021 in the league stages, but eventually, during the course of the matches, during the course of the league stage itself, they managed to pick it up. They brought it back in terms of points, flawless victories, and managed to secure a spot in the playoffs. And today we'll be seeing that. So Kolkata Tridents, what will they be ready for? Either Hyderabad Nawabs, they need to make sure, as we said, Hyderabad Nawabs, the defending champions, they'll not be looking out to go out so soon. I mean, they were already about to go down. We did talk about it. If Delhi
Yep.
managed to win and then again Kolkata managed to win, they would have gone out. But looking at their performance, Hyderabad is just getting better and better.
I agree. I think that Hyderabad has really shown us that they are a team that you do not take lightly because, again, you give them a chance, they're not going to give you a second chance. You give them two chances, well, I'd say that it is basically game over for you. Kolkata need to make sure that whatever they do not make a mistake that Hyderabad can capitalize on. And if it is a recurring mistake, it is a mistake they make again and again, well, I that'd be tough. But at the same time, it goes for the side of Kolkata as well. You have players like Deathmaker and Hevan. You give them something, they're going to hold on to it and they're not going to let go. So you have to make sure that, well, your defense are not going to be airtight. That's for sure. No team has an airtight defense, whether it be Kolkata, whether it be Hyderabad, whether it be Fnatic, whether it be Sentinels. It's definitely not going to be an airtight defense for yourself. But you have to make sure the minimum mistakes that you make is what you walk away with, because if you make anything extra, if you make any serious or blatant mistakes that, well, sometimes do happen, it's not like they don't, but you have to make sure that with players like Right to Ace and Hevan on both these teams, with Amaterasu, with Deathmaker, it's going to be a bad decision to do that.
I agree with you. Talking about mistakes, we saw what the side of team Hyderabad Nawabs managed to do in front of Delhi Dragons. Delhi Dragons were on an advantage. They were at match point and they would have closed it. But unfortunately, the mistakes just kept on happening back to back, and it was just Hyderabad who pushed it in overtime, closed it off. You saw it was an advantage. It was a 5v3 situation in the favor of Delhi Dragons, but Delhi fumbled there. It was Right to Ace, it was Amaterasu and Hell FF who were standing, and they managed to take pick one by one, and the cover that they needed were also being provided by their respective teammates. And you look at that, the last kill, he did have an ultimate to play off with. I think that was Ghost, but you need to understand that it was Amaterasu along with HLFF. Who HLFF's position? unknown, and he ended up coming on the backstab and got Delhi Dragons on their knees, and that's the reason Hyderabad is on the forefront today. Yes, they're not on the first or second position, they are on the eliminator, but it's still a chance that they're moving forward. So I think Hyderabad Nawabs are ready for whatever their opponent brings in, whether they go opponent goes on a lead or whether the opponent starts making mistakes. Always and anytime Hyderabad is looking forward to capitalize.
That is true. Hyderabad as a team does not fall under pressure. Usually, they are not someone who takes, as you can say, a lot of peer pressure. So it does help them in that way. Like they lose 6 rounds, they lose 7 rounds in a row. They don't think about, oh, you know what, this is not happening. Maybe we'll think about it on the next map. No, their thought is 7 rounds are gone. The eighth round's coming up. Do we have the money for a full buy? Yeah, if yes, all right, let's get the full buy and then let's see what we can do. But if they don't have the money, they go, all right, let's go for an eco or a force buy and then let's see what we can do. There is not a point where Hyderabad as a team starts to feel the negative pressures of losing rounds in a row, which is one of the biggest things. That is such a huge, it sounds as if, oh, you know what, all that you have to do is remain positive and that's it, that's going to help you out. But that's not the case. Being positive and keeping the momentum on your side or just maintaining the momentum that you have is something that Hyderabad does really, really well. They might lose 6 rounds or 7 rounds or 10 rounds in a row, but at the end of the day, they always come back and say, all right, you know what? That those particular rounds are done. It's time to focus on the next one coming up because this one might be different. This one might change the momentum up in terms of the game. Maybe there's an insane 1v5 clutch ace, or there's an insane ace like we saw Marzel pull off on Haven against Bangalore. So it's those moments that really tell you that Hyderabad does not give up irrespective of the situation.
I agree with you. I mean, irrespective of the situation, the round differential, and the advantage being whether it's pistol or rifle, the side of Hyderabad never gives up. And that is the kind of attitude that Hyderabad Nawabs is carrying forward. And I think that's one of the driving forces for them, that they're moving on slowly towards the grand finale. And I think they are a really good and a strong contender for the same. But on the other hand, as we were talking, Kolkata Tridents, similar kind of a performance. But I wouldn't say they were always confident when they were playing, but eventually they've built up their confidence. They've understood their flaws, they've worked on it, and now we can see they're a refined team. As you mentioned, Deathmaker, Hevan, Whitehorse, Flex, Rexy, there is so many players, and with their content creator right now, that is Meow16, they have shown a really new face and they're playing it out really well. So it just goes to say that whether the side of Kolkata Titans, the little flaws and mistakes that they had, because of which a couple of teams did manage to overtake them initially, if they have managed to figure it out here today on the best of five, because as we said, none of the maps will be left out here. All the five maps which is there in Valorant will be played except for Breeze, which is a new addition. So all the maps will be played. How will they be choosing which side they work on the start or in the second half? What kind of strategies they come with? Kolkata needs to be ready, because on every round the side of Hyderabad will change it. So Kolkata, if they're not ready for it, it'll get difficult if they play the same strategies and if they're not ready with the other man's book.
I think that Kolkata should not have that problem because, again, because of Hevan, you are going to be having that one player who is really just analyzing the game, is figuring out what his team can do, what utilities they have, what utilities they have to face, because that is also a very important thing. Sometimes the fact that Sova has used up his recon in the last 10 seconds is going to be a huge deal for you to push, because now you know for the next 30 seconds you are not going to get revealed. Also, you fake a plant, he uses one of his shock darts. Now you know that you can go in for that plant if you're at full HP and walk away with at least 70 in your hand. So it's utility that you have and utility that you're going up against that is going to be the most important thing, because sometimes when utility is expended, it just means that now you have the opportunity to push in and you have the opportunity to get the round for yourself.
I agree with you. I mean, we would have to see really good strategies, utility plays coming through, players pulling up in terms of getting the team on their shoulders, because we did see yesterday Bangalore were having fault. Even certain times when Rajasthan were faltering, there was a couple of teammates who were like, that's okay. If our teammates have fallen down, let's just rise to that occasion and pull it off. And both the teams did manage to do it. It was just Rajasthan being a bit better. And if the side of Team Kolkata, which we have seen, I would say Kolkata in terms of utility usage, they do it, but whether it is timed perfectly or not is what we have to look forward to, because Hell FF on that Astra, who has been playing it consistently, which we saw on the Rajasthan end, I would say that is one of the slight advantage Rajasthan got because of that Astra being played. They had a lot of gravity wells, nebulas coming through, some dissipates as well, which reposition themselves in terms of advantage. And I think that coming through from the side of Hyderabad might be something that the side of Team Kolkata need to look forward to. But we have seen Hevan. He has been switching up in terms of agents. It's either a controller or an initiator or a sentinel. But who he picks up as a counter strat for the side of Hyderabad is what we have to look forward to. Because throughout the tournament, all the teams have just turned over their cards in every match. Because if you saw Rajasthan, yesterday's match, it felt like Rajasthan had a completely different power as well as performance coming through. But Bengaluru, all of a sudden, which were performing really well yesterday, somewhere felt, I would say, they lost their not even momentum, but lost their flavor itself as Bengaluru Crushers somewhere in between the matches. Maybe because Rajasthan took up leads and managed to take them down in every map. Might be the occasion, but if that happens here for Kolkata or Hyderabad, that we understand, as we have talked about, switching in terms of momentum just one round. If that happens and the mindset switches, that's going to be a hard take for either of these teams.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. And I agree that yesterday Bangalore did lose a little bit of their, did lose a little bit of their, as you can say, momentum in the last game of bind. But if we look at, what we have seen throughout this tournament, what we have seen the state of these two teams, be Kolkata and Hyderabad especially, well, we have some interesting, as you can say, prospects. So now, let's just walk you through as to what we have seen from these teams to start things off. So Kolkata, they started off with a loss for their for their start in the league. They did pick up a 3-0 win after that, but when it eventually came down to week 3, Kolkata again took a loss against Hyderabad, followed by a 2-1 loss to Rajasthan. So throughout the tournament, they have been the team that has been performing really well, but then at the same time has had those small issues where they hit the road bump and they kind of take a slump, because after these two losses to Hyderabad and Rajasthan, they did take a 2-1 win against Chennai. But then again, they came back and they lost to Bangalore once again in a 2-1 loss. So it comes down to the fact that Kolkata, they haven't been as consistent as they would have loved to be in the later stages of the game. Yes, they definitely have, because they loved to basically have the confidence to boost themselves all the way up to the playoffs, and that is very good. But you have to remember, consistency is something that does pay off at the end of the day, because teams like Rajasthan, Bangalore, the fact that they were consistent has netted them the advantage of having the first and the second spot and getting a second chance to qualify. Hyderabad, they also weren't that consistent, so they've also paid that price. But when you look at two teams like Kolkata and Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad's just been a little more consistent throughout the league. But then again, Kolkata is on the uprise.
I agree with you. Same as you mentioned about the side of Kolkata, we have seen Hyderabad Nawabs. Eventually, in the first El Clasico matchup that we happened, we did see Bengaluru did show up really well, but eventually Hyderabad figured it out, closed that first matchup for them. But then again, we saw Hyderabad failing and falling a little short, where they started having fumbles as well as loss in terms of points in between of the league stages of the matches, where Hyderabad lost to Rajasthan. I would say in complete flawless victory, where Rajasthan showed kind of dominance which we did not expect. Yes, they lost again to the side of Rajasthan when I think there was a rematch, but I guess they bagged one map in their favor, but not the points. But other than that, I think Hyderabad, four or five losses that they had, they figured it out throughout the time. In between that, the losses they had, they figured it out what were their, I would say, wrongdoings. We did also see Amata Rusu, who was a little bit sick, because of which we did say a little bit change in terms of lineup, players coming through. But now that he is well, he is ready for the action. We are seeing that the whole side of Team Hyderabad Nawabs are comfortable and are ready to put for their best guns in the game, and that's where the momentum has shifted. We have seen this. I mean, a couple of players who gel to well with the team managed to pull off something amazing, because the only thing is you can rely and you have that kind of a connection in between your teammates. So right now, I think both these teams have teammates that are really well established within themselves as pro players, as well as that organization representers. But will they be able to pull it off in terms of counter strategy is where we'll be seeing in this elimination, because this match against Hyderabad and Kolkata, this is going to be the third rematch kind of thing if you want to look forward to, because Hyderabad has taken down Kolkata and also has taken over them, because of which, as I mentioned, Hyderabad had a better journey when we saw in the second half of the league stages, and have made eventually their way into the third position. And yes, they would have liked it as having a second chance, as we talked about Bengaluru and Rajasthan putting themselves in the first and second. But you understand, there was those little bit of mistakes in between that happened that we talked about. That is where they ended up with third. But nonetheless, they still, as I said, all their players are back to form. They're good in terms of health. I don't think they are feeling any out of having any kind of health issues right now. So I think they're ready for the battle, and they're going to bring their A game, as I've talked about it, and it's going to be a very interesting day that we'll be looking forward to.
I completely agree. I think that Yep, I completely agree with that. I think that it's going to come down to the fact that sometimes teams just have bad days because, well, it's going to be a bad day for the team. They do not have their comms in place. One or two of their players are not feeling good. They're just not able to communicate with each other. But for Kolkata and Hyderabad, I don't think those kind of days exist because, well, if you say that, oh, players like Deathmaker or players like Hellfighter or Amateras who are not feeling their aim, well, they have players like Right to Ace, like Hevan, like Whitehorse, like Euphoria to step up, and that is what is important. Marzil in the Sky League since the mid-season transfer has gone on a graph, and that graph has been so steep. It has been so steep. The amount of change in the gameplay that we've seen from Marzil on the first day that he played his first Sky League game versus the last game that we saw Marzil play has been immense. The man has really stepped up his game. He really understands what's happening. And well, the gunfights are better. The op shots are cleaner. The storm blades come out a lot more consistently. And well, he is generally going to be in a situation where he feels he can peek anything and walk away with it. And a lot of times that is going to be the case. So for Marzil to go up against Deathmaker, who is probably one of the best jet mains in the country, because at least according to me, if there are two players that you can compare the jet on in India, it only is going to be a two-player list. It is only going to be Deathmaker and it's only going to be Rossi if you want to consider the top two jet mains in the country.
I agree with you. Jet means, and as you said, yes, it's Escurosi, Deathmaker. But we have seen from yesterday, there's been Excali who has come in and he's been playing that Jet really amazing. I mean, we did see crazy operator shots coming from him, crazy flicks. I would say a no scope was also seen from Excali to pull off a kill on his opponent. So Excali coming in as that Jet, he's been playing really well. And MW1, a couple of matches, he did play up that Jet. So a lot of Jet mains that we are seeing are emerging. Yes, we have huge names, as Dr. Dang said, SK Rossi, DM, who have been playing. Sai also was playing that Jet for a quite long time. But with that switch up that the side of Team Rajasthan have done, where IGL is given to Sai, and Sai is playing that role very good for his team. And because of him, you saw Rajasthan did carry off a victory yesterday. So I think him switching up that role, maybe we don't see a Jet very soon from him. He might be still playing a Sentinel or a controller, but he was also one of those Jet mains that we were in awe when we were seeing his performance. And yes, as upcoming, there's Ghost we have seen, there's Rafiul also we have seen.
Yep,
We
true.
saw the game from the side of Team Rajasthan who played that Jet. So there's a lot of people coming in for SK Rossi, for Deathmaker, MW, and whoever is the current, I would say, Jet mains. They have a tough competition going ahead. We have seen a lot of star and key players in that Jet form, and they're pulling it off really crazy. Chobes, Drickshot as well from the side of Chennai.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that it's the newer pedigree of jet mains that are coming into the scene that we really would love to see, because again it comes down to seeing whether, oh, you know what, is it going to be just a one-sided affair, or is it going to be new jet players coming in, showing us new strategy, showing us new ways of getting those kills. Because I remember it was raw fuel on the map of Haven on A side. He picked someone in CT, got a kill, updrafted, and dashed on towards Heaven and right clicked the last player that was standing there, and got the round for his team. It's these jet plays, these aggressive jet plays that we are seeing from this newer, as you can say, breed of Jet players, and that is honestly amazing to watch. As a viewer, those plays are going to be so much, are going to be so hyped to watch, are going to be so interesting to see, are at the same time are very, very beautiful. But in competitive play, those kind of plays are not going to be something that work every single time, which is why you don't see players like Deathmaker or Rossi pull those off, because it's not like Rossi and Deathmaker can't do those updraft and dash and all those skills. It's just that they value their kill a lot more than just getting a frag on the other team, and that is why they are at the top of the table. And well, they are going to be the two top jet mains that we have in the country.
Talking about jet mains, we need to make sure that these jet mains manage to find their teammates who provide them with information, who provide them with covers, who provide them with, I would say, angles that they would have to only worry about. That goes to say that I think the next best agent that we would have to look forward to is a Sova. I mean, if that Sova is not there in your team, you will not be able to get as much as information. And who better than right now in terms of a Sova that we have seen? It's going to be right to ace Kappa. Yes, we have seen in Rexy coming in, we have seen Shivi, we have seen. I'm missing out one name that I've eventually seen. SMX. How can I forget that man? He was an insane Sova, and these four Suvas in terms of who are coming up really well, learning their lineups and getting better. I mean, to start things off, it's going to be right to Ace and Kappa. These two people are immense in terms of a Sova, and whenever they're in a particular team, you would never count out a Sova. And for particular maps, in most maps in Valorant at this moment, need Sova just because of how much information that Sova can let you have, as well as the shock dart kills that Sova can provide you at a
Exactly.
particular time.
I think that other than Split, there is no other map on in this pool that, well, you can walk away without a Sova, or even if you do not pick a Sova necessarily, because maybe teams are looking to pick up Sky because of the healing, because of the fact that you can drone on a Sova as well. It's just that the Tiger is a lot more faster and you have three flashes, so that is just something that teams are looking at in terms of utility play. But again, Sova is still going to be one of those agents that I think has more than a 90% pick rate across the board for majority of the competitive tournaments, not just in India, across the world. That tells you that Sova is going to be something that people love to play. He has a lot of utility. The fact that he has regenerative utility means that, well, you can definitely count on a Sova staying alive. Not to mention his ultimate is going to be one of the strongest to get rid of lockdowns, to get kills, to prevent diffuses, to just bleed time from the enemy team. And sometimes you can even just use that Hunter's Fury to create a distraction. You do not have to always think about the fact that, oh, is the spike going down? All right, well, I can use the Hunter's Fury now. Or is the lockdown getting placed? No, there are multiple different uses for that ultimate. And well, taking down people is just one of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sova is one of those agents that we have also seen, even in a dual initiator setup. It's going to be Sova and maybe Breathe certain times, but it's eventually we have seen a high pick ratio. If it's a double initiate, it's going to be Sky, because one of those reasons, just like that information that you can get by Sova, and if you use another flash on behind of it, you're going to have a really good advantage. One, you have information. The second one, you've already flashed the opponent, and all you have to do is, as I said, that jet main, whoever is playing, or even the Raze who can come in, satchel herself inside that location and get a couple of free picks. Even Phoenix, for that matter of fact, can do the same. So it's how you play your agents in respect to counter strategies or your own strategies that you bring out as a new book is what we'll be looking forward to, because throughout the tournament, as I said, it's been a lot of changes throughout these teams. Yes, teams did manage to fumble, teams did manage to pull off domination, teams did have a hard fight to even get a victory certain times. So it has been a change throughout the tournament, and still, till date, if you want to count out whether this map is best for one person, whether this map is best for a team, how will this person play in this map, things like that, if you want to start prediction, I would say throw it out and dump it in the garbage, because every day it's going to be a change in terms of strategy as well as new playbook that will be coming from all these teams that we are seeing. And today, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the same thing that we'll be seeing from Kolkata as well as Hyderabad.
That is definitely true. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of new things come out. We're going to be seeing a lot of, as you can say, new strategies come into place. But it is time to talk about the prize pool because, well, it is going to be huge. it is going to be a 15 lakh prize pool coming in from the side of Sky League 2021. It is going to be the single largest prize pool that we have for any single tournament in the country. And well, the prize pool breakdown is going to be as follows. Champions will be walking away with 6.5 lakhs. The second place team will be walking away with 3 lakhs. The third place team walks away with 1.5 lakhs. Fourth place team walks away with 1 lakh. And the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs are going to be 5th through 8th, each getting 50,000 for themselves. As for the individual prizes, well, Lucifer, it's over to you.
I'm looking forward to these individual prizes because I am not sure what's going to happen on these individual prizes. Yes, for AMD Ryzen MVP, that has a 50,000 check in its name, and we know SK Rossi has a really good chance. But the WD Black Emerging Player of the Season is the prize I'm looking forward to with that 50,000 hefty check. Who will be able to take it away? Because with this 55 days of festival, who has emerged that, and what are the statistics that we have noted down here? We would have to go back and check, but still, we will not be able to reveal because, as I mentioned, everybody and any person from a respective team is coming up really amazingly in a specific day, in a specific map itself, and showing us a complete different game. So it's not something wrong to expect that tomorrow it's going to be another set of team that will bring out another crazy strategy. So make sure your eyes are paid there in the screens. You've completely locked your screens onto your eyes, and chat, you also make your predictions for AMD Ryzen MVP. We know the contenders. That's going to be Rossi. That's going to be MW1. That's going to be Deathmaker as well. Three strong contenders because of the number of kills that they have at this moment after so many matches played. So, who will be the WD Black Emerging Player of the season? Who do you guys think? Start making your predictions because who knows? One of that player might end up bagging that prize.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. And MVP of the tournament is going to be the player who basically was the was the player who made the biggest difference for his team in terms of whether they won the tournament or they were able to win, games based on that. And so far, I think one player who is really stood up for his team and made sure that he gets that win has to be Deathmaker. I mean, you can argue about the fact that he does not have as many kills as Rossi, or he doesn't have the same number of frags as Rossi, but Deathmaker for Kolkata has been one player that has just absolutely hammered everything back in place. I mean, Kolkata has had the run that they've had because of the entire team putting in the effort. But in the situations where Kolkata needed someone to step up, it was Deathmaker who stepped up. Imagine taking a 1v4 ace in a post plant situation with only an operator in hand when every single player knows your position. But that is going to be something that depends on whether we see or not. It is going to be right now time for the map veto process, with Icebox being the first map chosen by side of Hyderabad, Haven being the second map chosen by Kolkata, Bind being the third one again by Hyderabad, and Ascent being chosen by Kolkata, only for Split to be the decider between both these teams.
Match picks coming today are not something surprising. We did think about this, and it's very similar. Nobody has gone for an outright attacker side pick or a completely different map, which is not in their favor. So the map picks coming through, I really like it from both these teams. I mean, at its usual, as Icebox is coming in, it's going to be defense that Kolkata will be playing because it's the choice of Hyderabad. Heaven being from the side of Kolkata, it's going to be a defense from the side of Hyderabad. So it's very similar on whoever their respective maps. The opponent team is starting on defense, so that's kind of an advantage they're keeping rather than going for attack, which we saw that both the teams, either from Bengaluru as well as Rajasthan, managed to do it yesterday. So interesting map picks, though. I mean, okay, let's not say interesting because we knew these map picks would come through eventually. But talking about the map picks on the first one, starting it off Icebox, I would have seen Icebox being the third or the fourth map, might be from the side of Kolkata or Hyderabad. I was thinking that Kolkata would end up picking Icebox because, as I mentioned, Kolkata throughout the tournament have been better in terms of how they've worked out on the map of Icebox. For the side of Hyderabad, it's not been a great map, I would say. Yes, it's good still. They do have the strategies. We know LFF either on that Astra or on that Viper, and Viper is one of those main picks coming through. So maybe Vibor can certain times also pick, but who will be picking that? We'll be looking forward to it in the agent selection. But the first map coming, being picked from the side of Hyderabad, might be something that they're bringing in new, is what I think.
Well, something new on Icebox that will be interesting because again, Hyderabad started off Icebox as a very good map for themselves. Over time, it kind of became a map that either they didn't play or they did not really pay too much attention to because the team that they were facing was a team that would not be able to play Icebox as well. But when they went up against Bangalore, I think that was a good shaker for the side of Hyderabad. They realized that there is so much more that you can do with the Viper on the map of Icebox, and I think that pays in their it pays off in their respect for that. They've learned a lot from that one game against Bangalore that well they have a lot more to prove in this map right now. And Icebox, again, it is one of the most exciting maps that we can see because it is the newest addition to the map pool. Yes, Breeze is coming in, but still, Icebox is still going to be the baby in the prize pool. It is still going to be the newest map over there. And well, teams are still figuring out what to do over there. Bangalore, they figured out that with Viper, instead of cutting lines of sight on sight, why not cut off entire mid? That is something that we did not see any team do so far. And well, what happened after that? They were able to get easy access to CT. They were able to push in, keep A side control, and push a player through main. And well, suddenly they had a much, much stronger attack on the map of Icebox simply because they used mid so well. Now, speaking about mid, it's time to head in the middle of the game. Nice pun, I think. But it's time for Icebox to be rolling up as agent selection as well as the player lineup is what we are going to be seeing. So from the side of Kolkata, we have Whitehorse on the Killjoy, Meow16 as the content creator on the Sage, Hevan on the Viper as the controller, Rexy is looking to pick up that Yoru, maybe, and Deathmaker as usual on the Jet.
This is just playing around with their feelings, Dr. Dang. He's going to pick up that Sova and he's locked in. But right to his, we know he's on that Sova, Marzel on that Jet, Amatarasu coming in. He has played that Sage in this map and he's starting it off with that. Sway has gone in for the Viper, whereas LFF, I thought he would be on that Astra. He's gone in for a second Sentinel, and double Sentinel lineup is what the side of team Hyderabad is playing with, and it's a very interesting pick. Killjoy on A site is going to be an immense, I would say, an agent that can pull off really well on defense, but the side of Hyderabad is going to be starting on attack, and Viper being online and Sway with her current form that we have seen her throughout the tournament, I think it's going to be a very interesting fight and a match that we'll be end up seeing, because Sway is right now with the recent tournaments that she's been playing and she's been working with that Red Bull campus clutch also, that she pulled it off. I mean, what an amazing play that's coming through, and with that content creator such as her, I think Hyderabad, it's going to be a really good fighting chance that they'll be putting forth.
Well, yes, that is going to be something that we will have to see. And well, it will come down to the fact that whoever is a lot more prepared for this map is going to be having a better time. As far as things go in terms of for the score differential that I think is going to be happening, or the score line for this game, I feel that because of Hyderabad choosing this map, it should be a win for them. But again, Kolkata is someone who is right now playing a very, very interesting game. They're going in for a 5-man backstab, but right to AC figures that out. Deathmaker is going to be the first one to fall, and suddenly it is a crossfire between A main and B main. They have got to take two angles, and right to Ace with the second frag is going to get rid of Hevan, and suddenly it looks like, well, that mid push wasn't the best idea.
that wasn't. You saw two people fell from there. It looked like the attackers were defenders who were trying to delay that push coming in from the side of the defense itself. But nonetheless, the side of Team Hyderabad are in terms of advantage. Yes, they lost one person, that's their duelist, but it's still a pistol round. They have so many utilities. The wall comes up, the toxic screen as well from Sway comes up, and the spike does come through as a plant. And now it's going to be a very hard retake in terms of already losing a couple of players in your pistol. Kolkata needs to look forward to what they can pull. Again, they're going in for that mid as Whitehorse receives a little bit of a damage from the turret. He's now making his way under tube.
Well, yes, and Hellfighter with those two with those two knives. Well, they're not going to be helping him out, but Whitehorse can get that frag. The Killjoy gets rid of the Killjoy, and now it's going to be down to Sway. She gets two with his snake bite, as it's going to be Whitehorse swinging around from yellow box. He gets two frags for himself. He gets the dink, but will he get the round? The answer is going to be no, because he's going to give Sway a 3k simply based on utility, and that is going to be Kolkata losing their first round. They head over to an eco, possibly, or a force. Let us see how it works.
This is why you need to be ready with your post plant utilities, because if you just saw, I mean, there is Sova as well as Sway with that Viper, and Viper played it really well with those post plant situation utilities, because if you saw, if that 3 kill did not come through, the side of Team Kolkata did have a good chance. Whitehorse picking off 2 kills, he did pick off Sway as well. If Sway did not drop that, or if Sway waited a little bit longer, I think Kolkata would have backed that round. But nonetheless, with that advantage gain for the side of Hyderabad, they're not stopping. They are going in with that aggression. They're not backing off. Yes, information is revealed. Turret is giving away that there's one person on pipes, but still they're not backing off.
Well, Deathmaker, he gets that dink on the Sage, and that is going to keep her at 5 HP as Marzel walks up, but Whitehorse lands that shot with the classic, and he gets that frag for himself. There is going to be 2 players peeking up. Deathmaker is going to get taken out. Sway gets another one, but the DK is going to be working against the side of these players pushing in. Hevan with the right click, he gets that frag, he drops down 22 HP. The snake bite's ready. He's going to deny the plant for the time being and possibly recovery of that spike, as Whitehorse with that sheriff is going to show up huge. He gets another kill. Now Amaterasu's got 13 seconds on the board before he can get a heal, and 50 seconds to work with. Both these players are going to be really low. The arm of Hevan is going to give his kill away, and now anything other than a body shot for Amaterasu is going to mean that Whitehorse loses this clutch out.
Amaterasu is playing smart. He is going in for a rotate, but that is also being presumed from Whitehorse. He has made his way out through CT and he's looking for information at bit. But before that happens and he gets kind of any information, Amaterasu is just rushing into B. And Whitehorse reads it perfectly, but he needs to time it. Yes, he has a sheriff. One sheriff shot is way more than enough to take down your opponent. But Amaterasu reads it. He knows that there should be somebody from mid and he takes it down. The spike also for additional creds is being gained from the side of Team Hyderabad, and a very strong start for the side of Hyderabad in both the rounds.
Well, that is going to be Hevan. That was a really close game, and round, and Hevan showed up huge alongside of Whitehorse, and it just kinds of tells you that despite it being a save round, despite it being an eco round for the side of Kolkata, they were able to inflict a lot of damage on the side of Hyderabad.
I agree with you. I mean, a lot of rifle slot in terms of cred advantage that has also been lost, because everybody had to force and buy a rifle. Now if the side of Hyderabad lose this round, they will eventually end up in an eco. The same goes for the side of Team Kolkata. If they lose it, it's going to be an eco for them as well. But Marzel has pushed up close to a yellow box, but he's at a good angle that he might be able to punish somebody who's going for an aggressive pick. But Hevan, who was so aggressive, will manage to accompany together with his teammate and repositions himself for a better angle, and I would say a better fight in terms of the number of people on site.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case in a 5v5 right now. No one's got the advantage, no one's got a frag, but it is going to be coming down to the fact that, well, Hyderabad will have to walk away with this round, because if they don't, an eco at this point of time is not going to be good for them. They already have a weak economy on the basis of that weak, or that, as you can say, not the best bonus round that they would have had. But right to Ace, he's going to take a lot of damage thanks to that swarm grenade that came in, but the smoke is going to get placed. They spot him. They do not land enough shots, and 4 bullets. Rexy gets one, Sway pulls one back, Hellfighter falls to Deathmaker, and it's post-plant time on. Kolkata have the advantage in the man count. They get the smoke going in. They're going to tap that, wait for the Killjoy lockdown to do her job. Deathmaker, he gets one frag, but 2 players fall down. Right to Ace is going to get a resurrection. Amaterasu is going to be getting that frag for himself, and it's just down to the one remaining player, Meow16. She's going to push because 2 players are detained, but Sway is holding this on. She gets this frag, she gets the round, but she does not get that frag. Meow16 is going to get the kill on the Viper as the defuse is getting stuck. It should be around that Hyderabad takes, and that is exactly what I was talking about. The side of Hyderabad, no pressure at all. No pressure. They just play the game as they wanted to, and that is why they are so strong.
I mean, I would say that was Sway playing a little bit smart along with trying to delay the push coming from Meow 16k, because if that push did come through, Meow 16k would have a better chance in wiping all the 3 people at a go, and delaying that from happening. Sway did manage to give her life away, but that does not concern because they did manage to take that victory. And yes, they did lose that rifle eventually, but they are, in terms of buys, they are better as well as weapon advantage for the side of team Hyderabad. And with that 3 rounds that they've already gotten, yes, Deathmaker has his ultimate. There is also one ultimate very close from the side of Kolkata. I guess, okay, it was Killjoy. She already used it, my bad. And this is a round that should not go on the side of Kolkata, but Hevan on a very cheeky angle will pull 1, 2, and now that's going to be a weapon upgrade that he should look forward to. But with 2 people advantage, he might be reading that there might be a little bit of an aggression coming from the side of Hyderabad, but Hyderabad is still holding it at A.
Well, yes, that is true. Hyderabad, they do not want to rotate their push just yet. Maybe they feel that they can throw something at the wall at A, and Kolkata is going to catch that and stick to it. So let us see whether that works out or not. But as far as things stand, it's going to be Amaterasu. He's ready with the wall, but the peak should be coming through, and that's an interesting wall. He took some time to get that down, but that is going to cut off entirety of backside. Hevan, he gets his position known. Hellfighter is going to go in for that peak, and this time the Spectre comes out on top. There is a hole in the wall, but Meow 16 is going to come in with the Sheriff, Deathmaker with the Stormblaze, and it looks like Hyderabad is going to be giving up their first round because Deathmaker and Hevan and Whitehorse just showing up huge. They get the first round on board for the side of Kolkata.
Deathmaker has his blades. If you want to pick him, make sure you're at a wide angle where he is unable to flick onto you. But if you give him pixels where HLFF was at the position, that was just a better position for, I would say, Deathmaker, because he was only about to see the head or maybe the upper half of the body, and that's way more than enough for Deathmaker to make sure that person goes down. And that's what Deathmaker did in that round. And in eco, the side of Kolkata managed to pull back, and therefore they'll be better in terms of crutch. But the side of team Hyderabad look like they've kind of half broken the buys and forced it a little bit when a couple of their teammates.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that the fact that there are broken buys on the side of Hyderabad right now is a concerning thing for them. But at the same time, it does not matter too much in the grand scheme of things, because one eco and you're going to be back to the regular creds that you had. And well, you can start to attack it once again. But Rexy with the Bulldog is going to light up Amaterasu. The Sage getting taken out means that plants are going to be very difficult. Hellfighter, the second Sentinel, is going to fall to Deathmaker, and it looks like Hyderabad is not on task to pick up. Well, Sway, right as I say about that, is going to pick up a kill for herself. She gets taken out by Meow 16, but an instant refrag. Right to Ace is going to get that, but he gets his location pinged. He's going to be the last remaining player, and that is going to be a 1v3. He needs to clutch up with a ghost in hand.
Not going to be easy for him as Deathmaker. He knows what is about to happen. A fake rotate did come through, but you saw the people pushing from mid. They managed to hear it. They held their position at mid rather than pushing and giving right to Ace, because right to Ace, irrespective of the weapon he has, if you don't catch him at an off angle, he's going to be spraying you right at your head, or he'll be able to clutch that round and go for an upgrade. And if that mid attack worked out in right to Ace's favor, it would have been A site all open for the side of Hyderabad for the taking. But now the side of Kolkata have closed 2 rounds in their favor, because of which they are coming closer to the lead of Hyderabad. And this round, if they win, it's going to be an equalizer for them, as well as they're already at a lot of bonus price.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case, and well, that is going to be a second round on board for the side of Kolkata, and that is going to be very, very important for them. They know that attacking half is going to be, you know, their attacking half is going to be a lot more easier for them because again, get the spike down, but Deathmaker, he just pushes up. He gets that frag onto Marzel. The bait from Rexy for the alt orb is going to work out. And well, that is smart from the side of Kolkata. They take minimal damage. Deathmaker only takes a bullet to the chest, and that is all. Nothing to worry about. He's going to get healed back up to 100 HP. And well, that is Hyderabad losing two important frags early up.
Deathmaker, look at that man. He's just insane. Picked off a kill at A lobby, then went into mid where Amateur also had pulled up very close to their CT position and will eventually take a kill there as well. This man is just insane now. Already 3 ultimates available from the side of defense as well as player advantage of 2 bodies. The side of Team Kolkata are looking really strong with. Look at this. One person playing very close to screen and the 2 people inside. This is going to be very difficult for the spike to come through. Yes, they do have an ultimate. The ultimate gets popped up from Spay, but I think Deathmaker might be able to read it and might be able to push, but right to ace will go in, and as I said, Deathmaker will find Sway for a free kill, and that's your spike down, and it's all up to HellFF, and he is been, I would say, boxed at Gen. He finds Deathmaker. He needs to find 2 more kills with 6 seconds on the clock. They're wasting a lot of time. He finds one, but that is the last as Hevan takes him down, and that's a really good round coming in from the side of team Kolkata to bring it to an equalizer.
Well, for the side of Kolkata, that equalizer is going to mean a lot because, well, you get that down to a 3-3, you get the 7-5 split, you have a huge advantage going into the second half of the game. And if you can pick up the pistol after that, well, that is just going to be even better than that. But this time it was a good round coming in from Kolkata. They kind of boxed in the side of Hyderabad. They pushed that first frag onto Marzel, really took up a lot of the pushing power that the side of Hyderabad had. And after that, it was just a matter of making sure that they can, they can just pick up the remaining frags one by one. And that is smart from Hevan. If you didn't notice, he used that snake bite to prevent the jet from updrafting and jumping over onto that box, forcing him to give up that position next to yellow box a lot more, a lot more easily.
I agree. That's a very smart snake bite coming through. I mean, we have talked about it. That's going to be a position that all the Jets use and get their position. And in the Blade Storms, if they manage to get over there, that's going to be really good. But Rexy will pick off 2 quick kills on this eco. Rexy is on a 3rd. He might be able to find an ace, but he needs to be sure. But he's not aggressing because he knows rather than an ace, the round is important. And now with the spike drop, it's going to get difficult for the side of Team Hyderabad to pull it off already on an eco.
Well, Hyderabad is definitely going to be on an eco, but again, it kind of does seem that they can get a frag out of there. Yes, they do, but Rexy with a 4K is going to make sure that Hellfighter does not get a clutch chance. So it looks like so far from the side of this team of Kolkata, they have figured out what Hyderabad wants to do, at least on the A side, because all the A side executes that Hyderabad has had have not been as good as what we would have expected them to be.
I agree with you. I mean, initially Hyderabad, I would say, on the pistols were better in terms of closing the round because of their post-plant utilities. But this time, the side of Hyderabad, even with their full buys or eco, they're unable to enter site and get the spike down, and they are unable to play a post-plant situation. That's the best part of it. On Icebox, if you're able to go for a post-plant, that's just going to get really good for the side of attackers. And the side of Kolkata have understood that they are not even letting them come into sight. You can see Deathmaker, he already gets a kill, but HellFF on the other hand finds one, and Hevan goes down along with his Viper Spit. That's a really good kill coming through with an ultimate. HellFF spots one more. He's trying to fight it out. He will get a kill on White Horse, but Meow 16k with the trade will come out, and I think she does not have a raise resurrection, but right to ace will pick one off, and that's the spike coming through, and now it should be a very comfortable post plant play.
Well, yes, this post-plant positions from Hyderabad are going to be extremely strong. They've got Sway early up, but she has 2 snake bites that she's not playing for a lineup from far away. That is going to be interesting. Again, it looks like the recon coming through is going to be a little bit. Oh, wait, Deathmaker, he can still pull this off. He's not going to be checking the corner, and it's unfortunately for him, Sway is going to be on the other side of that. They do still have the Viper on board, and Rexy, he's got a big task, and Amaterasu is on the flank. He gets that frag, and he's able to get Hyderabad back to level terms.
Deathmaker is insane. You saw within those, I would say, fence lines, he managed to pull it off. What a headshot he connected. And he did see Sway there in nest already. He was going in for Sway for the same reason. But Sway, I mean, it's just timing that she moved into that corner where Deathmaker did not manage checking, and Sway will pull that kill. Otherwise, if Sway was checked, Deathmaker would have pulled that kill really well. But now Hyderabad have managed to make their way back to an equalizer when the lead was taken away from Kolkata. And now with the full buy coming through, Hyderabad need to again understand that they need to get this spike down, irrespective of how they do it, and go for a post-plan situation. That's how it'll end up working. But an early Killjoy lockdown used less than 30 seconds, and they're making their way into A.
Well, they're going to be using that lockdown to get a free site execute, and well, that is going to be smart. But the Killjoy swarm grenades are going to be used at the right time by Whitehorse to deny the plant. Now they have access to site as well because, well, the lockdown is done with. They have an alarm bot inside lane, so they did get information for that. But this is smart from Amaterasu using that wall instead of the pixel that he decided to use it on earlier. He's going to be using it to cut off backside. Right to ace, he's going to start things off. He picks up that first frag, but the Deathmaker, he's making his way in. He might just get Marzel. Yes, he does. Amaterasu is going to pull one back. Deathmaker is going to get taken out, but Meow16, she can't run away, and Hevan on the backstab is going to get picked up. 5 rounds on board for Hyderabad, and they are looking strong right now.
Look at their commitment on that 9th round. I mean, that was a round that they knew there was a backstab. I think LFF had put down a turret on an alarm bot, which revealed that there was a backstab coming as soon as it got destroyed. And you saw the side of Hyderabad. They said, let's not go for a post-plan situation because they have managed to push us from mid, because of which we do have a lot of control inside, and that's what they played. You saw Amaterasu after the plan did not go back. He went into the nest inside. He took up a very aggressive angle, picked off 1, 2 and 3 as well. I think Amaterasu with a 3k there, he managed to pull that round really well for his team.
Well, yes, that is definitely going to be the case. Amaterasu just stepped up huge on that Sage and made sure that not only did that wall net them around, it got them a very safe plant. And sometimes a safe plant is going to be a lot more important than just trying to get the spike down, because if you do get the spike down in the wrong place and you're not able to defend it properly, well, that is a big disadvantage for your team, because everyone's going to be trying to figure out, oh, can I defend the spike from here? Can I defend the spike from here? Do we have enough cover to hold on for a counter diffuse? Sometimes that answer can be no. And well, if you try to force the issue at that point of time, the only thing that you come up with is going to be a free loss for yourself.
I agree with you. I mean, you have to understand that if you give a lot of information for your opponent, they'll be able to pull something off on based of that information, and that's what the side of Team Hyderabad did. But with the operator coming online for Deathmaker, he is playing for mid, and if mid positions are given up, it's going to be getting really difficult for the side of Hyderabad. They've spotted that operator being on. Deathmaker as well spots right to ace there, and now right to ace is trying to push him back. With him getting revealed, I think he might end up going, but still he's committing for that. He takes an updraft, will eventually manage to save himself only with 30 HP. But look at Marzel's position. He's made his way into side, and I think somebody should take him out, but Hevan will spot him out and give the call that he's at yellow box.
Well, yes, that is going to be the first entry coming through. Now the Viper wall is going to be denying a lot of lines of sight, but again, it does seem that it is not going to be the best. Meow16, she wanted to be a sneaky player and walk into mid, but that recon from right to ace is going to give his position away, but Hellfighter on the lurk is going to fall. That's an important frag coming in. Deathmaker is going to pick up another frag for himself, and suddenly it looks like the tides have turned in the favor of Kolkata.
It does, but now Amaterasu has his resurrection. He brings back his teammate, and that's going to be 4 people standing strong, but they've not read. Rexy is playing backside. Yes, they did spot him, but Rexy playing backside really smart. Picks 1, picks 2. That's 2 important kills. Now the timer is ticking as Deathmaker will take the spike planter. It's all up to Amaterasu to play. Amaterasu picks 1, picks 2, but he has only 6 seconds on the clock. Look at Hevan. He's already on that stab, and he will find him as the spike does get planted, but that's all Amaterasu will be able to do. He played it really smart with 6 seconds on the clock, but you understand, with 6 seconds he needs to go for the spike plant if he wants to do something after that, and eventually ends up going out.
Well, yes, that is definitely the case, and well, that will lead us to, that is going to lead us to the side of Kolkata having an equalization once again. I think that 5 rounds on defense on Icebox against Hyderabad, that that is going to be really, really good for them. Now, if you do look at the economy of both these teams, you'll realize that, well, they're on similar steps. Any one team taking a win right now versus taking a win a little later is basically going to be having the same economy for them across the board. And well, that is going to be something that can turn in a matter of moments as well.
I agree with you. I mean, economy is going to play a huge role in terms of what we'll be end up seeing. Yes, certain times eco rounds work out better, but we saw just Rifle there, Rexy working it out for his team was the reason the side of Hyderabad went down. Otherwise, Hyderabad, with that equal player count, they did have a chance to pull it off, but Deathmaker going very aggressive will find a kill on Marzel, and that's very unfortunate for them to do that. But now with the player lost, they need to understand that there's an operator that's holding a very aggressive angle, and Deathmaker, look at him, he's not stopping with that operator. Will spot Amaterasu. Amaterasu will find it. That's a clean kill, ripping Deathmaker's head apart from Amaterasu.
Well, that is unfortunate for Deathmaker. He falls, but again, there is going to be a trade that comes in. Marcel is going to get taken out again. So the entry from both the teams not working out in their favor. But again, Icebox is a lot less about trying to get that first entry, a lot more about trying to get the spike down and then holding it with either your Viper or your Sova. And well, Hyderabad, they have both.
Hyderabad have both. The wall is coming up now. It's going to be Spike getting planted and nobody to deny that from because there's a lot of cover also being provided. Hevan receives a lot of damage as well as Sway does. I don't think the healing is available from Sway's end. I mean from, okay, Amaterasu has it. He heals Sway and now Sway should be really comfortable, and also you saw she was getting ready with her post plant lineups. Yes, Meow can go res Deathmaker, but he has fallen way closer to the yellow box, and that's going to get difficult. Amaterasu, his location being pinged, but still Valence managed to pick up a kill on Meow, but White Horse will eventually trade him, and there's a lot of kills between White Horse as well, Right to Ace, who will trade each other, and Right to Ace will get the upper hand on that battle.
Well, Right to Ace, he does get that upper hand, but again, he needs to make sure that he does not give his frag away. He's going to spot Hevan, but he gets that kill. But I think there's no time, and well, yes, Hevan will fall to the spike just at the last moment. Had he been a little faster in walking out of that radius, he could have walked away with a weapon for himself. But it looks like Hyderabad get the round, and that is all that they want to think about.
Yep, get round as much as possible. I mean, their economy, yes, not great, but as many rounds that they keep getting, even though they lose players every round, it's just a matter of number of rounds that they get. But there are again 3 ultimates from the side of Hyderabad on the attacking half, and really good ultimates. I mean, one Death Bladestorm that's going to prove and reign stronger from the side of Marzel, but there is also, I would say, Deathmaker himself with that blade, and Deathmaker will look forward to that kill coming through. But look at him, he's already in an aggressive angle. Hevan is providing him the much needed cover, but it's going to be Owl Drone before somebody can enter. As Owl Drone might end up revealing Deathmaker's position, but before that happens, Hevan manages to destroy it, and that's still a hold and a very slow round coming from both these teams.
Well, yes, Deathmaker, he was in a very good position, but again, a position that you would not want to hold for too long. But there you go, there is going to be a connection with that recon dart on Sway as her position is known, but Hevan gets lurked on Helef as well as going to pick up Meow 16, and those are 2 huge frags, but Deathmaker is going to fall, and with 2 players left in this 2v5, it's looking very difficult for White Horse as well as his teammate to get this. But Rexy and White Horse, both of them are players who have clutched up rounds a lot for their team. But again, as that final frag goes down, the Viper Spit went down as well, and a flawless round is what Hyderabad take to assert their domination on this map.
A flawless victory, man. This was a round that the side of team Kolkata could have pulled it only if there was aggression coming in from the side of team Hyderabad. But Hyderabad, as soon as they understood that there's going to be a Bladestorm popped, if we aggress, we know Deathmaker, he's going to flick onto your head. He's going to be running left, right and center throughout the map wherever he is situated, and he'll be able to pick up a blade. And they did play it out. You saw the owl drone coming through, looked for information, played it really slow, put down their utilities, and then made their entry, because of which Hevan, who went a little bit aggressive, got taken out. And eventually this Deathmaker, who had retreated, had to come back and try to see and go for a trade, but right to ace just reads that perfectly and gets a very quick kill. But now Hevan puts a snake bite down at B lobby, and he will prevent that entry coming for very early from the side of team.
Well, small correction, that is not going to be Hevan anymore. It's going to be Sway because, well, the side switch has happened, but it's okay. Sometimes those kind of things do happen. But Deathmaker is going to be making his way in. As Sway, she's just hiding. She might be able to play the sneaky, or Deathmaker might get a free frag. Either which ways, it is going to be interesting to see, because Viper or the Jet, I think that Deathmaker losing his life is not going to be as important for the side of Kolkata compared to a Viper getting taken out, because a Jet, well, you get entry, and yes, Deathmaker is a very, as you can say, influential player, but the Viper as an agent is going to be a lot more useful for Hyderabad to maintain that they can get this round for themselves.
You saw that the spike was going to be planted, but Sway will immediately drop down her snake bite and prevent that from happening, and everybody would have to retreat. But with Deathmaker, with 22 HP, he already received a healing from Meow, so that's going to be, I would say, more than 30 seconds that he has to wait, or now around 20 or 15 seconds. But Marcel, who picked up the first kill, will find one on Hevan. That's your Viper loss. That's going to make life difficult for even the spike to come down. And with Amaterasu holding really close here, this is going to be really good. His position is known, but they're also trying to push him. But look at that Nano Swarm from Hell FF. They'll receive a lot of damage now. Rexy along with Deathmaker, who both are in low HP. Deathmaker will fight, will pick off 2 kills, but Amaterasu is still surviving. He has a frenzy, but the timer goes down as Marzel will pick up a 4K for himself.
Well, that is exactly what I was saying. Marzel, he is not someone that you can, just look at and be like, oh, you know what, he's new to the game. He's not going to be able to do too much. Sorry, my friend, you're wrong. He's insane. And the way that he has picked up this game, the way he has taken up the, as you can say, he's filled the shoes of Antidote leaving, that is huge. The fact that Marzel is able, I mean, he's not having the best game right now. He's sitting at 5-11, but again, the games that we have seen where Marzel was needed, Marzel has been absolutely insane to show, to say the least.
I agree with you. This man is something that we said about is a player that you would have to look in terms of a duelist as well as a jet main. That's going to play really well. And look at that. Right to ace will pick up Spectre kills there along with Amaterasu. Marzel spots one, but he'll eventually not end up landing shots. It's now all up to Rexy as well as Deathmaker to fight it out. And eventually Deathmaker will get dinked, but he will land a clean shot on Marzel and trade that out immediately. But he's surviving on 2 HP and no more healing for him, as there's going to be Rexy's position revealed because of the turret. And look at that, Sway times it perfectly, takes him down, and it's all up to Deathmaker with 2 HP and not even the spike in his hand to play with.
Well, that is a tough situation. I don't want to say that it is an impossible clutch, because, well, technically it is possible. You could have all 4 players of Hyderabad miss their initial shots and Deathmaker land 2 headshots, but it's unlikely. It is very unlikely, considering Hyderabad is not going in for peaks. They're waiting for Deathmaker to push up. They don't want to give him any sort of chance of making this work. Now, for Deathmaker, the best thing that he can do is try to pick up a frag or 2 and try to force the issue with the plant going down, where it looks like he's going to drop down from Nest. Right to ace spots him out, and that will be bonus in the favor of Hyderabad once again. 9-5 for them. They're up 4 rounds, but trust me, this can turn around in the blink of an eye.
It can turn around, because we saw that happening on the full buy coming through. So this is the second half full buy coming through from both these teams. For not both these teams, correction, it's going to be only the side of Kolkata who will be coming in with full buy. On the other end, Marzel is still playing with only that Marshall he picked up. He's going to be playing only with the Ghost now. Yes, he is close to get his Bladestorm, and I think that's what they'll be trying to get him to. And I think that might end up getting prevented. But no, Whitehorse, yes, he throws it down, but it goes into sight, which is not going to let him My bad, not let him have that orb. He'll be getting it. He'll be getting his Blade Storm online. But Hevan will find him and Marzel will be revealed of not being used that. As Helef will find a kill on Whitehorse who was pushing him but gets traded out with Rexy on the south. Side has been given away and the plan does come through and the full buy working out.
Well, the full buy working out in the favor of Kolkata so far. But again, it is going to be bonus from the side of Hyderabad. Deathmaker picks up Amaterasu. It's all down to Sway. She does land the dink, but she doesn't get the kill. And that will give some sort of breathing room to the side of Kolkata. They do get some, as you can say, they do get a chance at getting this comeback in. But they still have 3 rounds to pull back. And Hyderabad on 3 rounds is a very, very difficult, very difficult team to pull these rounds back from.
I agree with you. It's going to be very difficult. But as I said, that was a bonus buy that the side of Team Hyderabad played with. They would have been happy if they took down a couple of more rifles rather than just one. But they did manage to take one down. But now with their full buys coming through, you can see the operator being played from Marzel. Yes, Sway, I guess she hears a lot of people rushing in and she backs off and takes position along with Amaterasu. And this is going to be very difficult again to go for a plant, just like she denied when they were going through with the snake bite.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. And I think that it should be coming down to the fact that whether this side of Kolkata is going to get the spike down in an efficient way or not. Now 16, she's going to go in for that. But Hevan, he collects a kill onto Amaterasu. That is going to be interesting with the snake bite. And that is going to be a big disadvantage for Hyderabad from the get-go. Because if they had that Sage Wall in their back pocket, they could have used it as cover to get the diffuse off, but now it looks like that is not going to be the case. They have to go for the complete retake with the lineups coming through. Deathmaker is going to use that Cloud Burst to deny the recon from spotting himself, but Sway is going to get the half diffuse off. Deathmaker is going to collect up that kill, but the snake bite is preventing the diffuse right now. Whitehorse gets another frag, and it's all down to Marzel, who's just looking to run away and save his operator for himself.
He needs to, because 5,000 creds is not a matter of is not something that he can rely on and again go for a buy coming through. So that save is a really good call, and especially placing himself towards his spawn is something that the opponent would not be ready to check. And you saw a lot of people were looking forward to him, but they were not sure whether that is the case, that he is in spot or he is in still at B main. But in the meantime, we have a quick question. Choosing Valorant as an esports career is a good option. Harshit, my friend, if you're good at it, if you're ready to grind and put your commitment, any esports or any game for that matter of a fact that you enjoy should be something that you can look forward to convert into a career as well.
That is true. We have had multiple games that we've had on Skyesports, and every single time it's just passion from those professional players that, well, gives them the edge against their competition. Now Sway, she's going to use that Marshall. She's shown up huge on that Marshall every single time, whether it be the Red Bull Campus Clutch or it be this game right here. The Marshall for Sway is something that she is very, very good at, and she gets that opening kill with the Sage getting taken out. That is a very big kill.
That's a very big kill indeed, but Hevan manages to push into mid. He takes up a lot of control, taking out a Killjoy. Then the mid flank for him is completely open. The turret is not going to be giving away any locations. And look at him, taking kitchen control so fast. But Marzel hears that. He's waiting for that. But he needs to be sure that he takes down the kill. Sway will manage to pick one, but Hevan also gets a read that there should be one player very close. I think he took up an operator shot. And look at Hevan. He's holding for that slow change coming through. But Whitehorse will take down right to ace. And it's now all on Marzel that he needs to prevent the plant happening. But Hevan, as I said, he was ready at nest. He'll pick him off, and that was left. Just Hevan playing it out smart and better. Now the spike is slowly making its way to B, and it should be a plant that comes in as well.
Well, Hevan now knows that the Marshall is going to be coming in from mid, and for Sway that could be bad news because she's going to get spotted out. She does take some damage, but there is the backstab coming in from Amaterasu. He's moved around. He might be able to get a net, but no, at the right moment for Deathmaker, in fact. Well, Amaterasu will not be looking in the right direction, and Deathmaker, he gets that flick on. Kolkata get another round on board, and slowly they look to pull this back.
if you let one of your players either at mid or B go down, that's the defense opening up a lot of area to fight with, because yes, it might be another person who might also survive there along with the opponent, but along with his teammate who just went down, but that goes to say that he'll be alone there, and that's just way less firepower for that person to prevent from happening, and that is going to be them going down. But Deathmaker again picks off on yes pay. Sway prevents the entry at A, but her position might be known, because with that hump coming on top of I would say A site, that's going to reveal her position, and Sway needs to be sure that he's playing very smart. Otherwise, an headshot already that Deathmaker is popping off with taking off 3 players, he might be able to find Sway as well.
Well, that is going to be the case, but right now Hyderabad not in the best situation. Though Swede has kind of denied A side completely, but this is going to be bad. Amaterasu is going to have a lot of people to deal with, and with only Sway left, the side of Kolkata know exactly where she is, and there you go. Deathmaker, he expects that lurk coming up. They're going to equalize the scoreline. 9-9 is where we're back, and well, for a lot of you who might understand that pun, 9-9.
Yep, I got it. I'm not going to say it, chat. You can put it down for whoever got it. But nonetheless, a really good round coming through from the side of Kolkata, pulling it back to back, I would say, from 9-7-5 being the split, 2 pistol rounds going ahead for the side of Hyderabad, after which back-to-back 4 rounds that they've bought, really well played. And you can see again another eco that is being forced on the side of Team Hyderabad. Yes, that Sway has picked up that Marshall, but will she be able to convert? Yes, she's getting a couple of kills, but her teammates are also going down, because of which her kills are not adding up as advantage.
Well, yes, that is true, and right now I think that Hyderabad is in a position where they have to play it slow, but right as I say that, Amaterasu peeks out from mid. He gets taken out. Helef is going to get taken out as well. And well, Sway falls. It's looking bleak. There is right to ace and there is Marzil. And well, the weapon seems switched. Right to ace on the Sova is using the Sheriff, and Marzil is using that Frenzy. Usually it's going to be a Sheriff for the Jet players and a Frenzy or a Ghost for the Sova mains. So again, that's just something that we have seen for a long time. But right now in a 5v2 situation, or rather make that a 5v1, because it's only going to be Marzil alive, he needs to net a frag at least for himself. He gets that onto Whitehorse. He tries to recover that weapon, but the dink comes through. It's going to be Deathmaker. No, it's not. Marzil, he has the composure to get that frag for himself. He gets that frag. He gets the Phantom in his hand. There is no way he's going to be clutching this up. He gets another frag for himself. Will he get a third? It looks like yes, he will. The 4K coming in from Marzil. It's all down to Meow16, and she has a big job to do, but the defuse is going to get popped. There is no way that Marzil knows that she's in the back, and a 4K is all that he can net. But what a way to take that 4K. He does a lot of damage for the side of Kolkata, and well, that is going to be... That was a tough moment. That was an itchy moment for the side of Kolkata.
If that was a clutch that happened, we have talked about this, that one round which changes momentum is all that the side of Team Hyderabad needed, and I think the round would have completely swiveled out from the side of Kolkata Tridents there. A good try coming from Marzil. What an insane 4K coming for him. He was about to go for an ace, but very unfortunate, and that's just smart play coming from Meow16, who pushed up into CT and was holding that angle, and Marzil knew that they should somebody be pushing from main itself, but eventually ended up going down. But now a quick timeout coming through from the side of Hyderabad, I guess, because that is very much needed. You need to understand that Hyderabad have lost their full buy coming through. They've gone in eco, done a lot of damage now, and it's their next full buy coming in, where they do have 4 ultimates to make sure they clutch that round. With one lockdown being in place, I think a retake, if they play it clean, that lockdown is going to play a lot and a huge and an important role for them. But on the other hand, Kolkata have 5 ultimates to play with, and there is going to be a hell for them to prevent that 5 ultimates coming through.
Well, yes, that is definitely going to be the case. Not to mention that if the spike goes down and Hevan uses his ultimate, it's going to be a very difficult retake. Sway does not have her ultimate. She used it 2 rounds back to prevent an A-sided push. Well, it did happen but her teammates all fell on the B side. So it was kind of, as you can say, an unfortunate moment. But right now, it seems to be an A side execute coming through, and well, Hellfighter, he's ready for that. He understands the lockdown is ready for him as well. The counter lockdown should be coming through if the side of Kolkata plan to use a lockdown of their own. Deathmaker, he's updrafted himself onto the top of mid box, which is going to be a very strong angle for him. But right to Ace with the shock darts is going to be the one to net that frag. Meow 16 taken out. No more resurrection for them, at least. As Hyderabad, they get that opening frag off a piece of utility.
That's smart play. This is what we were talking about. Use your utilities at best. And now with the spike being lost, yes, Rexy managed to recover it, but they know for a fact that the side is a little bit vulnerable for them to push in, as Marzel is holding B and he knows for a fact that there's nobody pushing there. But mid is where Hevan is looking forward to contest, but he's also being prevented from Amaterasu. But
30 seconds left.
Deathmaker will find his first kill on right to Ace, get it back for his team. He's going in for another kill, but Helef will find him. Amaterasu will bring back right to Ace to his feet, and this is going to get difficult because 5 people alive from the side of Hyderabad. They're looking forward to do a lot of damage right here, right now.
Well, yes, that is definitely going to be the case, but it looks like right to Ace is going to be the one to net them around. They get the equalization again, and 10-10. And boy, the first game. This is the first game that we have between both these teams in this best of 5, and it's already close to going to overtime.
First game, and this goes to say, Dr. Dang, we did talk about this. The teams are not going to back off whichever team it is, because all the 5 maps are compulsory for them to play. I mean, whoever gets a 3-0 early, if they manage to get a 3-0, then you don't have to pay the next 2 maps, but eventually you would end up playing all the maps, and if you're not ready for it, it's going to get very difficult. Deathmaker now, him going himself for that mid push and trying to get control of mid maybe gets difficult, because that's going to be very difficult. But look at the attack coming from the side of team Kolkata. They are splitting up throughout the map and trying to find a couple of free kills and make a different play coming across. But now Deathmaker has pushed into kitchen. Rexy will pick up 2 beautiful kills, and this is B for the taking for the side of Kolkata.
Well, that is definitely the case, and a fast take. That is Rexy pushing all the way into kitchen tunnel. He should be able to catch a player or two off guard, but Hellfighter right now, he's a little skeptical. He does not want to make that push, and this is exactly why Icebox is so strong for attack. You get control, you can hold on to it so easily. You can deny intel, you can deny a diffuse simply by using a lot of utility. And well, that is exactly what Kolkata did. They got the initial push in, they made it work for themselves, but Hellfighter, he expects that aggression from kitchen window. He gets that frag for himself, 4 bullets in the magazine, but it looks like Hyderabad is falling back for a save. Hellfighter is the only one who is actively in a combat zone right now. He is also going to be falling back, and well, the 3 players of Hyderabad realize that there is nothing that they can do at that point of time, and all they do is save their weapons.
That's actually a good call, because counting out the number of utilities available from the side of Team Kolkata, it would have been difficult. Yes, they did have a lockdown. If you go in for the lockdown, the opponent also has a lockdown. And if you manage to destroy the opponent's lockdown, there's Sova who has his ultimate. There's going to be lineups, a lot of utilities for them to play out in that post-plan situation. Only if they got those kills, they would be able to pull it off. But a good save coming through, because they've just given up 1 round. And Hyderabad, in their case, we know that they'll be for I would say, the greater part of this match will be able to bring it back to an equalizer, looking throughout how these rounds have panned out. So this is going to be a good save. Yes, the Creds would have taken a little bit of hit, but they would be able to pull it off right here, right now. And I think this is going to be a really good start coming in from the side of Hyderabad, and Hyderabad is looking forward to hold their defense really strong. If they manage to hold their defense for quite some time now, it's going to get difficult. And as we have talked about it, if you manage to delay the plant, that's the best that you can do. As Marzel will take a beautiful kill on Whitehorse, he'll eventually get traded off with 1 person, but Right to Ace will immediately trade it out and take it out on Heaven, and Whitehorse comes back. Rexy will take on Sway. That's your Viper loss. Rexy again opening up the map, takes off 2 beautiful kills. Again, it's up to the last 2 people surviving. Hell of reals, I would say. kind of little, or I would say faint sound cues that people are moving into B. Right to is yes at a very good position along with the lockdown as well. If they play it out,
Last
they should
player
be able to
standing.
pull it off. But Deathmaker will spot him out, will take him out, and it's all on LF's hand. 4 people alive. This is going to get difficult for him to
Spike
clutch.
planted.
Well, yes, Meow 16 is going to be right around the corner. And well, Hellfighter, he's checking the wrong side. Well, there was no real wrong side. He would have gotten peeked from both sides at the same time. And irrespective of which player you might be, if those opponents do not whiff their gunfights, there is no way that you even have a chance of thinking to win that clutch out. But as far as things stand right now, it's going to be Kolkata at match point on Hyderabad's map and Deathmaker at 31 and 15. He's maintaining that 2KD even into the eliminator. And well, that just tells you the kind of player that he is.
That just tells you, and again, as I said, the utilities from the side of Kolkata, they're not using it. But now with 4 utilities online, they lost a Viper very quick. Marzel will find that kill. Marzel will punish that aggression coming in. They don't have a Sage heal now because that was used in the previous round. That's a beautiful kill coming because post plant right now got a little bit difficult and they need to still find Rexy. Rexy has an ultimate to play with. That Hunter's Fury is not going to be easy to tackle from the side of Team Hyderabad to play with on a post plant situation, or they need to deny the plant coming through from the side of Kolkata itself.
Well, yes, that is true. Kolkata, they need to make sure that even if they do get the plant down at this point of time, well, it looks like the Hunter's Fury is going to be used. The defender Killjoy lockdown gets destroyed. The attacker Killjoy lockdown is still alive as Deathmaker is going to pick up a frag for himself. No one is going to get detained, but he's snuck into sight. He gets 2 frags for himself. He knows that there is a third at heaven and the spike should be going down anytime soon, but the reload is going to get popped at the wrong time for him. Amaterasu pulls one back. Right to Ace is able to get one more, but Amaterasu, he comes back in a 1v2, or rather putting Meow 16 in a 1v2 with 100 HP and a Vandal. She can definitely look to do this, but that wall that she put up is going to be working against her because she doesn't get a line of sight in towards sight, but as she pushes back, they've locked her out. They've completely denied her access to sight, and as the rafters are going to get used, she is going to give a sound cue for Sway to look up and click that head, and there you go. We're 1 round away from knowing whether we go to overtime or is it going to be Kolkata walking away with this map.
1 round away is going to be overtime or not. Yesterday also we saw that Bengaluru came close to an overtime, did not pull it off, but will it be Hyderabad pulling it off? Because we did see Hyderabad doing that in a lot of maps that they played out with Delhi Dragon. So starting it off, this was not something that we did not expect. We did say it's going to be very close rounds and we would see a couple of overtimes coming through, and with the way that the side of Team Hyderabad have managed to pull this off, I think we are going to an overtime. But if the defenders lose their Viper, that's going to get difficult. Whoever loses their Viper here on this round is going to get into an advantage and the opponent will take them out.
Well, yes, that is true, and it does make a huge case for the side of Kolkata. They need to make sure they need to make sure that if they do not have their first blood for themselves, it's going to be a big problem for them. But looking forward to this, Kolkata is going to be losing 2 bodies up quick. The spikes dropped in mid and it looks like overtime is on board, but Deathmaker, he's able to recover that spike and run back. They have 45 seconds to make this work. They have side control being held by Hevan. They have the ultimate on him as well, which is going to be popped. And well, it looks like they will be getting the spike down without any problems. But the wall banks come through. Hevan now knows the position of these players. He's still holding on. He does not want to give his position away just yet. But Deathmaker, he might be at an angle where he gets shot. Rexy is going to pick up Hellfighter. They pull the man advantage back, but Deathmaker is going to fall to Sway. That's a huge frag. Hevan is working right outside of his ultimate. He gets 2 frags for himself. He does not get the third. Right to Ace is going to pull that kill back. And Rexy, unfortunately, missing so many shots, is going to fall. Right to Ace lands that headshot, and overtime is where we head to.
Let's go and to behold the overtime rolling in the first map, and it's going to be the eliminator going to the next level where teams are just going to look forward to close maps one by one. But how long is this overtime going to last? Because you can see the stress from the side of Kolkata already, but on the side of Hyderabad, they're clean, composed, and they're kind of happy as well. You look at them. There's no kind of tense situation being created. They're giving their call outs, they're working out, they're making themselves ready for this overtime. But the side of Kolkata have put in a lot of efforts to get themselves into match point early, and now that might be one of the reasons that they would have kind of, I would say, uh, confidence lower at their end.
Now, as far as things stand in terms of what we are seeing from the side of Kolkata and Hyderabad right now, as to what we can expect. So, well, in terms of what they stand, is that it's a 12-12. This is the first overtime round, and Hyderabad is going to be the ones to start off an attack. Now, the good thing about this is that if Hevan or Sway on their attack or defense are able to pick up an alt orb and then get 2 frags or get the spike down, get 2 frags or get 3 frags in general, they will be getting their Viper's Pit. Now, in overtime, that Viper's Pit is going to be, oh, a very big thing, but Deathmaker, he falls to a frag that was not supposed to happen. Amaterasu, he's forcing that plant, but Hevan picked up Sway. That's a big kill. He loses a lot of HP, but he can gain that back. But what was that shot from Marzel? That was a react on a pixel. A single pixel is what he saw, and that is what he reacted on. And to hit a shot like that on Deathmaker, well, you need a lot of skill.
That is the spot that Deathmaker plays at. That's really good rail. Amaterasu picks up 3 people out of the board. Yes, Meow gets that trade, but Marzel will eventually close it as he picked up the first kill. That's a great one coming, and a friendly teabag on his own teammate. Nice one, LF.
That is exactly what is, you know, that is what is interesting and funny about this game at the same time. That these players are going to be having so much synergy with them that well, there is no other way to put this, but it looks like there is a question: from where do you get so many pickup lines, Spiro? Well, single life for life. That's
I
just,
think you should take a class from Spiro then.
I mean, I'm not, I don't have to.
Okay.
Surprise,
Let's head
surprise.
back to the game.
Yeah, let's head back to the game. Let's head back to the game. So with Deathmaker on top of cubes, right to ace has taken a lot of damage. Not really sure from where he is taking all of those bullets or that shock dart damage from, but it looks like he's going to be really low. And well, the Sage will have to step in and make sure that she can breathe some life into right to ace.
He needs to, but right to ace is not backing off. He's very safe. He's going for the double drone, but the double drone will not reveal anybody's position. Sway is very close, but now that healing comes through. And now look at this. Amaterasu knows for a fact that there might be somebody trying to lurk or at least get a free pick at mid or B main. He's holding B main really strong along with supporting Sway. Sway needs to be worried about this because Deathmaker has not let go of mid and is slowly pushing into kitchen. So Deathmaker and Sway might face off each other and Deathmaker will get the better out of it. And that's your Viper lost on defense. That's going to deal a lot of damage and make life difficult for the side of Hyderabad to play it back.
Well, yes, Deathmaker, he just doesn't check that corner. He gets shot from under tube by Amaterasu, who was on the rotate, but Marzel, he's ready. The wall does not save them from a peek from mid, or rather from CT. Rexy is going to be coming in, get a frag, but there are 2 players right under rafters. Whitehorse is able to get one. Amaterasu gets Heban, and it's all down to Rexy. He doesn't get that kill. It's going to be Hyderabad walking away with map 1. They get Icebox 14-12, but what an effort coming in from the side of Kolkata. They were so close of locking this map out. It's unfortunate they do not get the win for that.
This is what I said. Hyderabad, look at them. Their smiles all across. They were not stressed. But on the side of Kolkata, you saw eventually when we hit that overtime, they were like, okay, we did miss out on an opportunity and this is going to hit us really bad. They were already, I think, a little bit in terms of what they had going through for the overtime. I would say they took a little bit hit over there itself. Yes, Deathmaker was trying to play on his own. He picked up a quill on Sui. He could have picked Amaterasu there, but he does not check right before he was heading and crossing mid, and Amaterasu was coming. He picks him up. That's just a beautiful play coming from Hyderabad, and this is what we said. Hyderabad, if you manage to get overtime in front of them, close it right there and without the next round coming through. But if you give even a single round for Hyderabad, they're going to, no matter how huge the difference is, they're going to come back for a overtime, and that's what Hyderabad did in the map of Icebox as well.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. I agree. I think that the fact that this team of Hyderabad just keeps their calm so well. I mean, you look at their faces and you see it. You look at them and you're like, oh, you know what? They've got this. They don't have to worry about anything. It's it's just there is no other way of saying it. But the mentality that this team brings to the table is such a big winner for them. The fact that they remain calm, irrespective of the scoreline, irrespective of the map and the team they face, you just have to agree that, well, this team has something special with respect to their, with just respect to their mentality in game.
Um, Very unfortunate from the side of Kolkata. You can see on the scoreboard Deathmaker with 34 kills. This man played really huge for his team. He pulled off amazing kills for his team. But I would say that one kill from Marzel on a Phantom, that's just beautifully read on the position of Deathmaker, and that one pixel that he knew, he that's what we want to see. You need to be ready for where your opponent would be, and Marzel getting his cue either with one pixel or somebody calling him out, that's just amazingly played. 34 kills for Deathmaker, really good start for him. But on the side of Kolkata, I mean, on the side of Hyderabad, we can see the kills completely spread across the board. Everybody mapped out, everybody played up huge right to ace. Amaterasu being that battle sage Helef with 14 kills. Marzel, yes, not with 20 kills, but with 16 kills. Whatever he picked up was all important kills, and because of which the round completely turned around. And he also had a 1v5 clutch, which he was doing on 4 HP or 2. I'm not too sure, but if Meow would have been through near yellow box, I think Marzel would have had a better chance there.
I agree. I think that it just comes down to the fact that between both these teams, when the games are going to be so close, it just comes down to a difference of 19s and 20s. You cannot say that, oh, you know what, this guy made a mistake because he did this. No, you can't point fingers like that, because if you look at what Hyderabad was trying to do, it was not try to be aggressive. Look at the number of first bloods that the entire team of Hyderabad has. They have five. Oh wait, there you go. Yeah, they have five on the side of right to ace. I think they have four. No, they have five on Marzel as well, and they have one on Sway, which is going to give you a total of 11 first bloods. But if you look at Kolkata, they have five on Deathmaker, five on Rexy, four on Hevan, and one on Whitehorse, zero on Meow. But think about it in this perspective. They get 15 first bloods, but despite getting the first kill in a round, they're not able to walk away with the round. Why so? Well, the reason for that is simple. The reason for that is that Hyderabad, despite losing a man, would try to play for the next pick. And well, it's just unfortunate.
Very unfortunate it is. I mean, we did see a really good game coming from both the teams. I mean, the side of team Kolkata started off really good. They did have a chance that they would have closed the first map in their favor, but Kolkata, we talked about this. You are unable to get the plan down, and you're not ready for the post plan situation. Hyderabad will take you on top of it, and that's what Hyderabad was managing to do. They understood for a fact that when they were going to be a little bit aggressive, which was the 4 rounds that they lost and gave up the advantage that Hyderabad had, they were a bit aggressive in all those rounds. And after which the side of Hyderabad decided, let's not be aggressive in terms of holding an angle, but let's be aggressive in, I mean, let's not be aggressive in pushing them and trying to take fight, and rather let's just hold aggressive angles, and that's what the side of Hyderabad managed to do there. If you saw that map, it was just on after that equalizer, Hyderabad was just holding aggressive angles rather than aggressing themselves, which got the better of them. Yes, it did eventually yield a match point for the side of Kolkata Tridents, but that was not sufficient for them. It was Hyderabad who brought it back, and it was Kolkata who was not going for a post plan situation, rather for a fight that the opponents were not bringing in. So I think that's where Kolkata fell a little bit short with closing the match on the first map itself.
Well, that is going to be true. I think that Kolkata made that mistake at the last moment of trying to be the ones to aggress and try to get that kill for themselves. But it again comes down to the fact that Kolkata had a plan in mind. For them, that plan was working because they were getting the first bloods consistently. It's just that that plan did not work out for the entirety of a round. Despite getting 15 first bloods out of 26 rounds being played, it didn't work out. And the 11 first bloods that the side of Hyderabad was able to pull off were more than enough for them to get the win.
Hyderabad, I mean, we have talked about this. You let Hyderabad play irrespective of the difference or the weaponry that you have. If you let the side of Hyderabad be calm and composed, they'll be able to rip you apart any point of the round. And once match point rolled in, they were like, okay, now it's time to bring in all the forces that we have, not to let any rounds drop. And that's what Hyderabad managed to pull. And even after closing, or even after bringing it to overtime, you saw smiles across the faces from Hyderabad. There was no tense situations that was being created. But on the other hand, as I mentioned, Kolkata were feeling that heat. They were like, we did close it so close, we did have an upper hand, but we still managed to lose it, and that's not going to be great for us. And I think that's where a couple of members from the side of Kolkata fell a little bit disheartened, or even in terms of morale boost, I just think they tuned it a little bit off. But now going into the second map, they should just forget the first map. That's how things work. You cannot carry over the kind of confidence or even demotivation that might have happened in the first map to the second map, because now heaven coming through, sorry, heaven and heaven, when both these things are there, I keep mixing up the words. But heaven coming through, this is a pick coming from the side of Kolkata Tridents, and they'll be starting off on attack. There's no off pick coming through that Hyderabad have picked up attack. It's going to be Kolkata. And Kolkata, we have seen them going a little bit aggressive on this map, which has worked out. But on the other hand, I think HLFF, who played that Sentinel here as a Killjoy, might change it up on a Cypher. And on that Cypher, we know him for a fact that he's going to lay down so much trap on defense, as well as give information for his team. And Sova can completely play on two different sides, either B or A, depending on how the team needs him.
That is true. I think that coming to Haven, as you said, they can, with the Sage on board, play the split game where they wall off B and then they try to play whichever site they want to play. If they feel that Garage is something that they want to wall off, they can do that as well. Wall off Garage, play C, play B, play A, and that is something that you can do. But most of the teams are going to be going in for that mid wall, or sometimes even just place an alarm bot over there and try to play along with that, or place a killjoy turret on top of the gen in B and then try to work from there. So it just comes down to the fact that there are multiple setups for Kolkata and for Hyderabad. They will have to figure out the best one for them, because right now the setup for Kolkata was aggress, get that first frag, come back, and then try to win it on man advantage. But against Hyderabad, I think they've realized that that cannot be done.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, for the side of Kolkata now, that they are moving into heaven. Heaven is a map that we did say that we saw in a very emotional game coming through when they fought with Bengaluru. They did bring it back the next time. They had a better matchup, and the next time they did not have that time run out in while they were trying to take down the spike or something like that. It did work out in their favor. They managed to play it out. So I think Heaven is going to be a strong map that they can play. But again, it's going to be Hyderabad. Hyderabad, it's one of their strong maps. Rather than calling it a map that they're really good on, it's one of the strong maps for the side of Hyderabad Nawabs. And Hyderabad, they will not back off. I mean, even though this is going to be an attacker sided map, as I said, the defense might be split across three sides, but however it is split, they might end up playing in either a C side or a B side, where the defense is playing from backside rather than an aggressive angle where there's only one person inside. They might tell him to play in an off angle and back to side where where he can save himself if there's a rush coming through, and then go for a clean retake, which we have seen a lot of times that the side of Hyderabad pick it off very clean.
That is true. Hyderabad sometimes can really change things up, and Well, it just kind of feels bad for them. So for Kolkata now, it does come down to the fact that they have the disadvantage. They have to make sure that they can, you know, they have to make sure that they can make that work for themselves. As for the side of Hyderabad, they know what sticks, they know what works. It's just that they need to figure out whether they can keep the same strategy that they had of not playing for that first pick, but trying to play for map control, trying to play for that post plant. If they can do that, well, that should be great because Sway can play the Viper really well. Do I really have to say right to ace can play the Sova well? Do I have to say that Amaterasu can play the Phoenix or the Sage well? So with lineups on Viper and Sova both, possibly the Killjoy on Hellfighter as well, we should be seeing a very tough post plant situation for the side of Kolkata coming forward.
I agree with you, Dr. It's going to be a tough post plan situation that we might end up seeing. But as we talked about it, Kolkata, they, yes, pull off a lot of rounds, they get advantages, but holding that advantage for a long time. Kolkata, we saw them. They did not manage to play it on the map of Icebox. That does repeat for a quite long time that we have seen. However, the side of Kolkata, they get an advantage. They're unable to hold it, but they, yes, close the map in their favor. But it's just while they are getting into an equalizer, and then from there they again manage to pull off a couple of rounds and then they close it. For them to hold that lead, we have been seeing that the opponents managed to exploit them just because that lead would have been gotten them while they played 3 or 4 rounds with the similar lineup, with the similar strategy. But after that, they tried to think that maybe if this worked out for 3 to 4 rounds, maybe we can still explore it for another couple of rounds, and that's where disadvantage starts rolling in. And once you start rolling into disadvantage, you start losing creds, you start losing weaponry, you are about to play with pistols, and certain times you don't even have ultimate to play with and recover a rifle and do something like that of sort, or upgrade to a weaponry. And if that starts happening, just like we saw on the map of Icebox, they eventually might end up losing rounds back to back. But will they manage to read this is what I am looking forward to. What do you think, Dr. Dang?
Well, I think that if we have to come down to just figuring out what these two teams are going to figure in, it's a lot more like as casters and analysts, it's our job to read what the other team probably has read about the other team. So as I said, it comes down to what I feel personally the side of Kolkata would have figured out about Hyderabad. One thing right off the bat, they figured out that man advantage is not something that can net them rounds. Because again, we said this 14, 15 first bloods versus this 11 for Hyderabad, and you saw what the result was. The fact that Hyderabad plays the game not at a different level in terms of skill, but they play the game at a different level in terms of what they think about the game, what the situation that is at hand, and what the call out is for them the next in the next situation. So look at that one situation we had in Icebox. Sway was the only player who was not detained. Right to Ace and Amaterasu got detained, and now in a 1v3 the push had to come in, which is why when Sway was the first player, she went in aggressively trying to peak that, buying her teammates time. Because after that, they know that there is going to be a doubt in the minds of Rexy whether he can push and try to get the two detained players, or are they going to not be snagged anymore and they will give him an easy headshot. So, in that point of time, Hyderabad played that smart. They played the mind of Rexy rather than playing the gun of Rexy. Because again, at this level, every single player can hit that headshot. Every single player can come in and flick instantly to your head, lock on, and get the frag for his team. But it is the doubt in the mind of a player that really makes them lose that edge, puts them under pressure, and that is where they kind of make mistakes that you can capitalize on. That's exactly what Hyderabad did. They put him in doubt, they got the kill because they were not removed from that detained state for another 2.5 seconds. There was enough time for Rexy to push in and get both those frags, just that he had the doubt and he did push in.
I agree with you, Dr. Dang. I mean, mind games is a factor that a lot of teams certain times let go of. And that's the reason, even with the first bloods coming through, as you said, it did not work out in the side of Team Kolkata to close the map. It was the side of Team Hyderabad who closed the map. Even though it went to overtime, they were the victors at the end of the day. For the first map, yes, we'll be heading into the second map, but there are three things that we have to always consider in the game. Yes, one is your aim duel, how you good you are in it. Then the next one is going to be your utilities, that how you play around the opponent and counter start with your utilities. And the third one, as Dr. Dang said, and we all know that a lot of teams end up not giving a lot of importance, but I would say you need to give it a lot of importance, is mind games. How you make self doubt inflict on your opponent is the best way to play that game. If you manage to put in self doubt for themselves, the opponent will start thinking, what should I do here? Will there be three people? Will there be four people? You have also seen at certain times when a dark cover, just for a fact, just take B. If you put a dark cover at the entrance of B and there's nobody at B, there'll be a lot of utilities from the opponents being used, just for a fact that they might think there are two to three people because of that dark cover, and they end up using utilities. They end up maybe even trying to give away information on how many utilities and how many players are coming through, and voila, the opponent is ready with their own counter strategies, because they know the number of utilities that the opponent has already gone down with, and how long it will take them for that to recover or regenerate as well.
Well, I agree. I think that the regen ability of the Sova or of a Sage or basically anyone, even Jet technically has a regen ability. You need to get 2 kills to get your dash back. Phoenix also, you need to get 2 kills to get your hot hands back. But the regen on the Sage, the regen on the Sova is going on the Killjoy, on the Cypher is going to be a lot more powerful because, well, you spot the Cypher cam out at the start of a round. Well, no problems. 40 seconds in, if the Cypher is still alive, you will be getting that cam back, which is why you see a lot of Cyphers throw their cam out onto, say, C long in the start of a round. If there is anyone over there, they probably shoot that cam out, and you know that, all right, you trade those 40 seconds of your Cypher cam's life for information as to whether there are more players on C long. You can use the Cypher cam or a Killjoy turret as bait. These are things that are small. I mean, how many times do you really think that the Cypher like Hellfighter or Cypher like Lightning Fast throw their cam out at C long and say, oh, I'm going to throw the cam in the center of the hallway because I don't care whether this cam gets shot or not. That's not the point. They get the cam shot on purpose because they want to trade that time for the information. It's all a matter of whether you can get information or you can get time, and sometimes they're interchangeable. Sometimes you use a slow orb or you use a swarm grenade to buy yourself time because you have the information. Sometimes you don't have the information and you use your time to get that information for yourself. So that is where regen abilities like the Sova, the Cypher, the Killjoy, the Phoenix, the Jet are really, really powerful.
Yep. These agents that we have to look forward to are going to be really powerful. But talking about the map of heaven, you have talked about it a lot throughout the tournament because it's only 5 maps that we play, but still teams have been changing up how the map should play. We have talked about it. With an attacker sided map, with the kind of agent and the strategy the team have, they completely overturn it into being a defense favored map. And yes, the map is still not changing in terms of either opening up the garage door completely or deleting a window or something like that. It's just teams with the utilities that they have deny those kinds of angle, and if you're able to do that, either you're on attack or defense, you will get an upper hand in pulling that off, even if it's an attack favored map or a defense favored map throughout the match. But now with three sides being open, C is one of the highly contested I would say sites to get the spike down, for one of the facts that the attackers will have an advantage in terms of having a post plant situation compared to A and B. C is really open in terms of getting a great plant as well as getting themselves back and playing a post plant situation. You can waste a lot of time, even if you don't have a post plant situation, you can waste a lot of time just for a fact of jiggling, and you know the opponent cannot hold a plant right out in the open where you have planted the spike, and that's where people will be looking forward to. So starting on attack, Kolkata might be looking forward to that, but also this is a map, whether it's on attack or defense, the Jets pick up that operator, and who will be picking that operator and how will they be playing it is what I'm looking forward to, because Marzel is, on this map did do a 1 HP clutch of an ace as well on an overtime. So this is going to be another very interesting Jet fight coming through from Deathmaker as well as Marcel, and this is going to get really intense on Heaven, and another overtime highly probable on the map of Heaven.
I agree. I think that the map of Haven is something that consistently is going to be something that has really just shown us that the map can swing in any direction. It can go from being a very defender sided map to being the attacker sided map that we know it to be, and there is no other way to put it. That Haven can have overtime again, because again Kolkata is very strong. It is a very, as you can say, a very good map for the side of Hyderabad. They've had a bit of a shaky history on it. Yes, first game Haven versus Bangalore, they lost it. But again, since then, it is just going to be better and better for the side of Hyderabad. And after that, whenever we've seen Hyderabad go back to heaven, they've always had a new plan in mind. They've always had a new strategy that they want to use. And it just comes down to the fact that it is brain games of Hyderabad that give them that edge over the team. There are a lot of players who can click heads, but there are very few players who can keep their head in the game, think of a different way of attacking that particular situation or dealing with that situation and coming back on top of it. And not to mention, they don't get tilted, they don't come under pressure, they do not lose their calm. Even on Icebox, we saw the same thing. It was 12-9. They needed 3 rounds without a single mistake. And instead of being hyper about it, that, oh, we need to get these 3 rounds no matter what we do, we have an eco to deal with. Should we force buy? Should we do this? All that they did was, you know what? We need 3 rounds. Let's go into this round with a fresh mind, not think about the previous one, and probably it's going to work out for us. If it doesn't, we still have 4 more maps to contest the side of Kolkata on, and that is what netted them overtime first, and then that is what netted them the fact that they won the game on Icebox.
I agree with you, Dr. Dang. Fresh mind, whether you're heading into a map or whether you have lost a couple of rounds, changing it up in between a match is very much important. And that timeout coming through, you saw it was the timeout that the side of Hyderabad called for, I would say, 30 to 40 seconds that pulled it off. And from there, the game completely changed. As you said, I'm pretty sure the comms would have worked out in the similar way. Let's forget about the previous rounds that we lost. Let's head on to the next round. And with a fresh mind, let's have our strategy play rather than going in aggressive. Let's hold aggressive angles, wait for them to come to us. You know for a fact that the icebox map will be looking forward for the attackers to go for a spike plant and then play a post plant. So make sure when they're going down for the spike, take them out, or even while going for the spike, they are putting it down. You know there'll be a lot of cover being provided from yellow box itself, from B main itself, and those are the angles. Either let the spike go down and take down those people who are providing cover, and all of a sudden you have left that spike planter on site vulnerable just because all the players from his team just were lost. Even with 2 or 3 people lost who were covering, that's way more than enough to get an advantage, and that's what Hyderabad pulled off on the map of Icebox. That's going to be the same case here. Whether they start winning rounds or losing rounds in between, the side of Hyderabad know to pull back in terms of when they want to change their mindset, whether they're losing or winning, to make sure they have a path laid out for victory.
I agree. And as for Haven, the agent selection is going to be something that is very interesting as well. We know for a fact that teams love the Sage. Um, they love the Sova, they love the Sky, they love the Killjoy. But where Haven is really, really interesting is 2 places. One being the controller and the second being the duelist. Yes, Jet is going to be something that a lot of teams love to play. You have Deathmaker, you have Marzil, they can pick up the Jet anytime and frag out. But teams are starting to realize that maybe we can change that Jet for something else. Maybe we can use that second duelist spot for something else other than the Jet. Because if you have a plan to use the operator on your team, the Jet is really going to be the only agent who can, work that operator really, really well. But when it comes to the second spot, people pick up the Rena sometimes, and sometimes people pick up the Phoenix as well. But we've started seeing a shift. But right as we speak about that, it's time to head over into the matchup. It's going to be Kolkata versus Hyderabad on the second map in this eliminator. Hyderabad's already up 1-0. Kolkata need to take this map to survive and get this win for themselves. But if we look at the lineups, it's going to be Hellfighter as the controller on the Astra. So this is going to be interesting. Meow16 picking up that Omen, Whitehorse on the Cypher, Right to Ace on the Sova, Sway on that Viper again. And that is interesting. Flex is going to be coming in for Heaven. That is interesting as he picks up the Rena for himself.
Very good pick coming through. I'm looking forward to what they will be able to pick off here, because interesting picks. Yes, again, Sway, come on, we have seen the soft pick of Yoru and nobody picking it. We know for a fact you're going for a controller. Oh, okay, she's gone in for a Sentinel. That's a really good choice, but Flex picking up that Reyna, we saw what havoc that MW and Rain yesterday. So I think it's going to be the same thing that we might see from Flex, for a fact that I've kept saying this man is one agent or a player who does not fear an operator nor fears any other gun that the opponent is wielding in front of him.
Well, yes, that is exactly true. And as far as things stand, it's going to be interesting. Now it's time for quick predictions. Chat, who do you think is going to be taking this map of map of Haven, and what is going to be the score line?
Yep, chat, make your predictions quickly because we are heading into the map. But in the meantime, Dr. Dang, make your quick predictions. What do you think we'll be looking forward to? Whether it's going to be Hyderabad or it's going to be Kolkata? What do you think?
Well, I think that it's going to be a map for Hyderabad, but again, that is just going to be me based on just based on the fact that it kind of does feel that Hyderabad is going to be the stronger team. Now, I know for a fact that Kolkata can switch things up in a second, but um, it can turn around instantly. So I'm going to go with Hyderabad with a 13-11, just about overtime. But again, I'm open to Kolkata winning this up as well.
Okay, Hyderabad it is, and I think it should be Hyderabad from my end as well, just for the fact, as I said, this is going to be a strong map for them, but Marcel will get picked off for his aggressive push that he made, and now that's going to be an advantage that the side of team Kolkata would have gotten in terms of number of players. I mean, yes, but do you think that will work out is what they have to look out, because a quick rotate is coming through, they do not commit to A, but there are a lot of people who, I mean, Deathmaker himself has received a lot of damage. Yes, there is another player who can play it out, but Whitehorse finds that leg from Amaterasu, and this is going to be very interesting. Will he commit for that? But he rose that. It's going to be a C push. That hot on does so much impact that nobody is able to push it. And look at Amaterasu, 1-2, and he might be able to pick off the third one. His hot hand comes in. This is what regeneration. Amaterasu picks off a third one. Sway picks one, but that is Amaterasu with a 4K and clean sweeps the round and times it perfectly. Whitehorse did read him, but was not fast enough.
Well, that is going to be Amaterasu for you. The man does not need to have a sentinel or a duelist, anything to work the magic that he does. Whether he be on the Sage or he be on the Phoenix, fire and ice, baby. He is just insane. And with that, they're going to prep themselves up for that bonus as Amaterasu is picking up that Phantom with a full shield. This is going to be a very, very tough bonus half for the side of Kolkata to even throw some surprises on, because unless they can get rid of Amaterasu by some reason, it's not looking like he's going. There is any weapon that is even coming close to contesting the weapons that Hyderabad has right now.
It's going to get difficult again. Sway gets spotted out with the Marshall. Yes, she had a great head lineup there, but eventually backs off because they know Sway on that Marshall is going to deal a lot of damage. But there is Amaterasu in garage close. He should be able to find a couple of kills because they are looking forward to make it a B as well as a garage execution. But there is a lot of firepower to battle it out and get this advantage. Deathmaker receives a lot of damage. That Decipace does work out in Marzel's favor. He gets a kill on Flex, and that's Deathmaker also receiving a little bit of damage along with Rexy. But Marzel surviving on 7 HP. No healing available for him, but he got a kill.
Well, yes, that is going to be smart, as Sway is going to spot Deathmaker inside garage. They're going to vacate that. Marcel knows that Deathmaker is eventually going to be coming in from here, but 4 players are going to be pushing all towards C from the same side. Now, there is going to be Sway with 1 and Sway with 2, Sway with 3, Sway with 4, and a flawless round. Sway going absolutely insane. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Marshall rings out, and it is 2 rounds on the board. What?
What? Sway, hello. Like, I am at loss of words here, Dr. Dang. 4 kills in that position, even though her position was already known. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sway is crazy, and we said this that if you are going to face off in front of her with that Marshall, make sure you are ready. And look at her again holding that out. But now Deathmaker is ready. He goes in for a wide swing, takes her down, and that's an advantage that they've got. But that is a bonus round at the side of Hyderabad playing with.
Ahead.
Well, I just don't know what to say. And a flawless stat is definitely going to be the case. Amaterasu, he has that weapon. He's going to use that. And he gets that first pick. The Cypher getting taken out. Amaterasu is going to be blinded for now. But right to Ace is going to pick up 2 for himself. It looks like he did upgrade the weapons as the last remaining 2 players. Rexy as well as Meow16 have a big task in front of them. They've taken up C control, but they need to get the spike down and then prevent the defuse coming in.
The defuse needs to be prevented. The plant needs to be prevented. But look at them. On their bonus round, they've already taken down so many members from the side of Kolkata. This is this damage done at its best. But look at this. Amaterasu has come in. Rexy takes a lot of damage, but will eventually land and dink on Amaterasu and get that kill. But right to Ace picks on Meow16K. It's all on Rexy with 18 HP and a dream. That's not going to be what right to Ace will be giving him away with.
Well, it's a 4K for right to Ace as we start the 3 rounds off with 4Ks from 3 players. First round, Amaterasu 4K with the Frenzy. Second round, 4K from Sway with the Marshall. And then the third round, a 4K from right to Ace with the Phantom. And well, it's just Marzel and Helef, boys. You have to get up. You have to wake up. You have to get that 4K for yourself and get that round for your team. Because everyone's expecting that. Come on.
Everybody is expecting that, but unfortunately it's the side of Hyderabad just feeling themselves. And you can look at that Marzel fighting out with Flex will get the better of him along with his teammate. Yes, will pick off Amaterasu, but Meow16 gave it 2 beautiful kills. Marzel is still surviving, gets off Meow16, but Rexy will trade that. And a lot of people lost, but still rifle advantage for the side of Team Hyderabad. And maybe Rexy might go for an upgrade, but with the Deathmaker on his Blade Storms, he might prove really difficult on this clutch for the side of Hyderabad.
Well, yes, that will be interesting to see how that pans out. But in a 2v2, you can say that this can swing in any direction. As far as we go, the Sova has a small disadvantage on the side of Kolkata, which is going to be Rexy. Because, well, he's a little 1 HP. But right to Ace, he's spotted out, but he lands that headshot. And now both the Sovas at 50 HP. But it is Rexy who has to run and try to get the spike down.
Oh my god, again the side of Hyderabad proving so difficult, and right to his Hunter's Fury he does not care. He's like, let's get the rounds back, and uses his Hunter's Fury rather than running over and taking a fight, because at the end of the day that Sheriff with one shot that you can land, you can have a chance where you can clutch. And I think he also went for a weapon upgrade, and Rexy is feeling himself in both the maps. You saw him with that Vandal. He was taking and ripping people apart, irrespective whether he was alone or whether he was team. He was always taking map control as well as site control for his team, and Rexy surviving there made an issue that it could have been a clutch coming for the side of Kolkata. But with now 4 rounds on the back for the side of Hyderabad, they're looking really good and have started this map really strong.
Well, yes, that is true. And Amaterasu, the lock onto Deathmaker's head.
God.
That was so smooth. The man did not think twice about moving his mouse. Oh boy, that is tough. That's a kill and a half. Well,
it isn't. Look at him.
He's going to be going in with that run it back. He does get reset by Flex. So, well, that's that. But Marzel is going to pick up White Horses. Rexy gets taken out by Hellfighter. It's down to the Rena on Flex, who's basically at 1 HP, 10 HP to be fair. But it looks like Sway is going to be getting that frag. Yep, she's not looking in the right direction. Meow16 comes up. She's going to get spotted out by Amaterasu. And the crossfire that this team has is insane because, well, another flawless and 5 rounds in a row on defense.
This is what I said. I mean, it does not matter that if a map turns out to be attack or defense. It is just how the team plays it. And the side of Hyderabad, as I said, this is a strong map for them, and that's what they're making it work. Look at their creds. Marzel with 7K. Come on, man. How is that even possible that you're walking away with 7K? With just 4 kills. Amatya Rasu, on the other hand, has 8 kills and he also does not have 7k. This man, with that operator buy coming in, still has 7k for himself. But this is going to be another round that the side of team Kolkata or an Eco. And in the meantime, who do you guys think in the chat that tomorrow at 1 p.m. will be playing in terms of qualifier 2? Whether it'll be Hyderabad or Kolkata, but we left will start off 2 beautiful kills, pick off 2 people. And Amatya Rasu goes in for a reload, but takes it, Sheriff. Oh my god, I'm sorry. A classic and 2 kill, and Helef with a 3k will close that round. What a play coming in from Amatya Rasu. This man gone crazy on this map of heaven.
I think he's just happy to be on that Phoenix at this point of time, because after playing a Sage and when you start playing that Phoenix once again, you feel that you are God. And well, right now, the way that Amaterasu is playing, God or what? Because 10 and 3, and he's gone insane. He pulled the reload. He did have bullets in his magazine, but he still pulled that reload. Realized two players pushed in, had the presence of mind to shift to his classic and gets. Oh, I mean, just he just gets that frag left, right, and center. And well, that's 6 rounds in a row for the side of Hyderabad, and they can lose all the 6 rounds coming through, and they will still have a split that is very workable. As Marzil, he just walks up to short, he gets a frag. Deathmaker, he was pushed up in a bad position, but he's able to make the use of his dash to save his life for himself. And well, that's not going to be the best peak that you can do, my friend, because Deathmaker with the operator is not going to be missing those shots. Way is going to spot one player out. She's going to get that kill, but she knows her position's known. White Horse is able to come in and get that frag. It is going to be Helef who pulls one back. Right to Ace gets another frag. Deathmaker puts out Helef. It's down to the last remaining player, which is Deathmaker in a 1v2 clutch. And if there is someone from Kolkata who can get this clutch, it's definitely Deathmaker. But Right to Ace says that, my friend, Right to Clutch is my name. Take a bow.
What was right to yes? I mean, look at Deathmaker. He picked off 2 insane kills, one at Ceylon, one on logs. But then he reads that there should be a backstab coming. But look at his play. Oh my god, right to ace goes in for a crouch peek, which was just way quicker than what DM's reaction was, and Deathmaker goes out. What a play coming in from the side of Hyderabad. They are making sure that there's no save, there's no rounds, there's no advantage that the side of Kolkata walk away with this map of heaven. And as we are talking about it, Hyderabad have taken one map victory. This second map, they've started showing domination, but still, the second half still is there. If Kolkata have a better defense, yes, this first half has not yet gone through, but with the attack that we are seeing from the side of Hyderabad, I wouldn't say Kolkata. Hyderabad are taking rounds right, left, and center.
I think that Kolkata need to. I believe this should be a tactical timeout coming out from their side, because 7-0 on attack, you need to figure out what you're doing. You cannot just, you know, you can't just randomly say that, oh, you know what, 7-0, let's make it a 7-5 and we'll think about it in the next map. You can't do that at this point of time. You're down a map. You need to make sure that you pick the map of Haven, because A, it is your choice. B, you lose this map, you basically give Hyderabad an easy highway to taking it in a 3-0, because again, the next map coming through is going to be Hyderabad's choice. Icebox was Hyderabad's choice. You were able to contest them very, very, very well on that map, but you just weren't able to lock it out. So don't make that mistake again. Take the tack time out, talk to your teammates, figure out what's going on, listen to what your IGL says. Probably there are a few things that. Okay.
You back?
So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we did have a few technical issues that we had to take care of, but it looks like they are going to be fixed now, and which is why we're back. Well, we do have the prize pool right in front of us, as we are going to be talking a little bit about this before we head over into the game going forward. And as far as as far as things stand, technical difficulties do keep happening. Internet as well as power issues are something that you just cannot predict, and there are no other ways of putting it, but can happen to anyone. So with that out of the way, we are going to be back with the game going forward. And as far as things stand in terms of the prize pool, well, there you go, it is going to be a big prize pool. It is going to be 15 lakh rupees a total, the biggest prize pool that we've had for any competition for Valorant in India as a single tournament. The champions walk away with 6.5 lakhs. The second place team walks away with 3 lakhs. Well, the third place team walks away with 1.5 lakhs. The fourth place walks away with 1 lakh, and the teams that did not make their way to the playoffs.
Careful now.
Okay, and we are back. Sorry for that
No charges
slight
left.
hiccup that we had, but kind of technical glitches. But let's head back right into the game. And Amaterasu will quickly pick up a kill, but there is White Horse and the trade. That's what Kolkata needed. And if Kolkata keep doing this, they will be able to pull it back. But with 7-0, we need this. Marcel with his operator will miss that shot. Deathmaker will pick it up, and Marcel going down. That's going to be an operator. But right yes is at a good position. Will miss his initial shots by not landing that headshot. Meow 16k will take that, and it looks like this is the round that the side of team Kolkata have managed to pull back in this favor. But again, the ultimate, it's going to be denied from the side of Sway, who popped that lockdown, will get destroyed with that Hunter's Fury. And it looks like a tough way to make their way back into side and play a post-plant situation. Yes, LFF is looking for a crossfire, but look at that shock darts coming in from Rexy. There's nobody at backside, but they are very close to that cubby corner as Meow 16k and Deathmaker sweep the round. This is the first round on the books for the side of team Kolkata Tridents to bring it back. What a round they managed to play it back here.
Well, the side of Kolkata, they have a big task in front of them, but at least they're able to start off with getting the first round on board. Now, Hyderabad, they have a huge advantage already for themselves, and well, it is going to be coming down to the fact that if Kolkata can pull back the 4 rounds from here, make this a 7-5, they will still have a fighting chance. But they have to know that if they lose a single round in the middle of this, they will probably be forced onto an eco, and that will net Hyderabad another free round possibly.
Yep, now with that possibility, but it's going to be denied from right to ace with the Hunter's Fury kill that is picked up on Deathmaker, their entry fragger. But yes, Flex is still alive. They're taking garage control and they're not stopping. But Rexy knows there's going to be a crossfire. Sway is holding this. Meow 16 will find one, but Sway at time will try to go back. But Sway will manage to get 2 kills and will survive at 5 HP. And she's about to pick one more kill. But Helef will pick on White Horse as that call was given, and it's all on Meow 16 to pull this back. The run it back was used from Amaterasu, but that's all he used. The operator is still there. Look at Marcel's position. He's pushed up so close to A lobby, and he has so much information that Meow 16k is not here anymore.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case, but Meow 16 is going to spot Marzel in the back. The 180 comes through. She is down to 7 HP, but she does get that frag, and well, Amaterasu does not whiff his shots. He gets that kill. Meow 16 is going to go out, and 8-1 Hyderabad. Can you stop this? It is just absolutely insane as to what this team is doing right now. They are going ham on the side of on the map of Haven. There's no other way to put it.
Yep. the side of Hyderabad is going on complete domination and is in a spree of what they want to do in front of Kolkata Tridents. One round, yes, given. Now it's another full buy coming in from the side of Kolkata, but only Meow, who's picked up a Sheriff, I think not having good creds, but if this is how they keep losing rounds, the side of Hyderabad look comfortable in terms of the creds, look comfortable in terms of the buy. That is good timing and a good read that somebody might be pushing in. Deathmaker will manage to do damage on Marzel, but Marzel will not dealt with so much damage that he'll go out. But look at Flex's position. He's pulled up very close to side and he might be able to get this, but Double Drone will reveal his position. He might get wall banged here. Amaterasu will pick one kill. Sway will pick one. Look at this. Right to is looking for the wall bang, but they know this is going to be a C execution coming. Meow and Flex will pick one and get the site in control, but it's a 3v3 situation. Rexy's position will be spotted out, but Right to Ace knows that that is not a spammable spot or a wall bangable spot. As Right to Ace enters, he picks one, he picks two, and it's up to the last player who's hiding. Meow 16k, he runs out of bullets in her magazine and she goes in for a reload and does not connect a single bullet.
Well, that is unfortunate as Marzel is going to get that half defuse. And well, Right to Ace will complete it. That's just Hyderabad showing their domination. That's all out domination from the side of Hyderabad. There's no other way to put this. They've figured out every single thing that the side of Kolkata wants to do. And right now, unfortunately for Kolkata, they are not able to pull back on this lead, because with 2 rounds to go, 9-1 being the scoreline, unless Kolkata is able to do something absolutely insane on their defensive half, it feels that, well, we're headed over to a third map to see whether Kolkata will be making their way further into the playoffs or not.
Further into the playoffs or not is what we'll be looking at, but Marzel will start things off. He gets a kill. Yes, the cosmic device come through and this will get the side advantage for the side of the defenders, and for them to push through this, just going to get difficult. Amaterasu is still holding garage. He knows if they kind of come in, it's going to be where he can pull it off, and might be Deathmaker walking in. But the cosmic divide is about to drop, and it does, but nobody knows where Amaterasu is. Amaterasu is going for a peek. A Deathmaker, the head is enough for this man. He picks it off on Amaterasu.
Well, that is a very important frag as Helef is going to get pinged. He does pull the gravity well, but Deathmaker once again is able to get that frag. 2 weapons recovered. Deathmaker with a third. He is not looking to stop. The Jet has gone absolutely nuts on this round. Will this be a fourth? No, it does not, because it is Marzel to come in and say that, you know what, you took 3 of my teammates. It's time for me to equalize the thing out. But it looks like no. Flex is going to get that kill onto Right to Ace. He messed up that spray out of the blue, and well, what a plant is this going to be? There is only one angle that Marzel needs to peek, but he knows that he cannot win that, and a thrifty on board from Kolkata. They pull one back in the round that people expected the least. I expected the least, but it was Deathmaker with those 3 kills that turned the tide in the favor of Kolkata.
Oh my god, this round, I mean, it was much needed for the side of Kolkata. They wanted it really bad, and that's how they worked it out. And this is what I said, Flex, he does not fear about any weapon in front of him. He's going to peek it, but he needs that advantage, I would say, in terms of his team providing him that cover. But you can see the side of team Hyderabad, they're playing with their utilities, they're playing with in terms of the weaponry they have and strategies, which is working out really well. But now Marzel, look at him, he's pushed up to lobby. The Nebula will help him out in getting that control, but there is the Tiber trap that will be put down, but Marzel will peek, he'll get the kill, he'll back off. That's your Cypher lost, and the backstab is completely open for the taking.
Well, the Cypher getting picked off is huge, because now your post plant is going to be a little weaker. Amaterasu, he gets a frag onto Meow 16. The smokes are not going to be useful. Deathmaker is completely blinded. And well, oh, the coordination from these players is absolutely insane. Amaterasu will get taken out, but Helef pulls the kill back onto Flex. But that kill on Deathmaker, that was picture perfect. The flash came through, and then the shock darts. There was nothing that Deathmaker could have done.
Oh no, Rexy again. This man is insane. He spots out. He knows there should be two people trying to cover him up. He goes for the read, but eventually there was Helaf as well holding that crossfire. He'll pick him, take him out. And that's going to be 10-2 on the first half for the side of Team Hyderabad with 8 rounds in advantage. I mean, we talked about this. The map can change however you play in terms of the agents that you have and how aggressive or defensive you become in terms of holding a map or a site. You will manage to pull it off, and I think the side of Team Hyderabad read what the side of Team Kolkata were about to do, or if they were not able to read, they were just holding defensive angles and aggressive positions, very cheeky, and they managed to pull it off. As soon as they got one kill, they went for 2, 3 and 4, because of which you understand, this being such a big site, the opponents who are trying to push in might end up crumbling, trying to run away, and if you're trying to run away with your backs open, that's an open target for the side of Hyderabad to take.
Well, one thing that I feel has been the differentiation or the difference between both these teams, it has to be the fact that Hyderabad kind of already figured out exactly where the pushes were coming. And the second thing being, well, they are going to be having the Astra, and well, that gravity well is exactly why it is that useful. Now, with that out of the way, the first blood this time again goes in the favor of Kolkata. They pick up that first frag onto Marzil. He dashed into side, but the Cypher understood that, figured that out, and well, he was able to make that work. Now, Helef in a very tough position. He's going to be falling back towards the default plant, but he gets a frag for himself. He spots another head. He lights that up and he gets that kill. Right to Ace is going to be getting another one for himself. It's all down to Whitehorse as he drops from heaven. Hellfighter this time is the one to drop a 4K and get another round on board. So well, it looks like the side of Hyderabad is back to being the 4K. You get a 4K for you, a 4K for me, a 4K for everybody.
It's like, oh wait, you did a 4K, okay, next round you try that out, next round you try that out. Everybody is trying to pull that off from the side of Hyderabad, but what concern are raising from the side of Kolkata is they are only 1 point away from match point, and if they manage to go to match point, just look at the defense that was there. The attack is going to get even worse. You just saw that, yes, the one person did go out from the side of Hyderabad, but they did not even worry about it. They're like, that's okay, we'll still go for A, we'll still plant in A and get that round as well. That's what they did. Now Meow is playing from backside, but she will be hearing the sound coming through. The recon will give away her position, but Amat Yarasu has gone to A-Link. He's trying to fight it out. He'll take out Whitehorse. That was very unfortunate. On losing Whitehorse, they don't even have great control of map.
Well, yes, that is true. Then Marzil, he's going to be there, but Rexy is going to pull one back. Meow is also going to be there to get that frag back as Marzil is going to collect one. There is going to be Deathmaker on top. The Marshal connects. They know there's a player in window. Sway is going to come in. She gets that frag, but it's Meow 16 versus Hellfighter as he knows exactly where the spike is. The kill comes in through the smoke, but once again, Kolkata, they did a lot of damage on their eco, but it's match point. It is match point for the side of Hyderabad. They are up 12-2 on the map that is being chosen by the side of Kolkata. And I don't know, maybe it's Hevan's absence. Maybe it is just Hyderabad feeling themselves. But either ways, it is an amazing performance that Hyderabad has put out.
Amazing, and this is just an insane performance to the side of Team
out of my
Hyderabad.
way.
Have managed to pull it off, and it looks like Hyderabad is walking away with the victory right now, because yes, the Bladestorms are online from Marzil, but Flex has a judge. This is going to be very difficult. If this is not timed perfectly, it can be either Flex going down or it can be Flex picking up a lot of kills, because there are two people right behind Marzil and it's going to be right to Ace. You will be losing information as well as dueling power, but they back off, they wait for the dark cover to go. That's a good decision that has been made, and they're trying to play this slow, because with already match point online and full buys coming through for the side of Team Hyderabad, they want to close it right here rather than giving a round.
Well, I agree. I think that for Kolkata, this is it. I mean, what do I think? It is going to be it. You lose this round and, well, you're headed over to another map. Rexy, he gets that kill on the right to Ace, the Shock Tart kill on the Sova, the Bulldog kill on Marzil, and that is going to be the entry that is denied on the side of Hyderabad. They are really in a tough position. Deathmaker, he comes up, he gets that kill onto Helef, and suddenly it's down to the two remaining players of Hyderabad. One is Amaterasu, he can definitely make this work, and the other is going to be Sway. She gets pinged, but Amaterasu gets spotted. Whitehorse gets one, Sway gets one, but she does not get anything else. The spike is down, and the defuse will be pulled very easily by the side of Kolkata, and they survive for one more round.
Kolkata survive for one more round. They are looking for guns across. An upgrade for free is what they'll be receiving now. But surviving for one more round, they have 9 more rounds to worry about if they want to push it to overtime. And that was just, I would say, I think that was a concuss that happened from Helef's star. Unfortunate that Marzel pushed towards that position. Otherwise, it should have been Marzel picking up that kill on Rexy, because you saw he dropped him to very low in terms of HP, and Deathmaker with that support managed to close it, and Rexy picks up 2 insane kills, one with the shock dart and one with his gun that he had. That's just beautifully played from Rexy, and we know for a fact that this man is something that we have to look forward to. But it was a bonus coming in from the side of Team Hyderabad, and you can see they're going to invest everything in this last round and last full buy, and kind of broken, I could say, because there are 2 specters.
Well, yes, that is definitely the case. And as far as we are going to be seeing the side of Kolkata, they have a huge task. Not a huge task in terms of counter-stratting Hyderabad, but a huge task in terms of remaining consistent. Because one mistake means game over. It's not that it's an 11-3 where you make one mistake, you learn from it, and then you can maybe look to come back from it. At match point, you're right up against the wall. You make one mistake, you're over the cliff. Marzel is going to start things off. He's going to pick up Deathmaker, and that is not the first frag you want to drop. He gets picked up by Meow16, but at the same time, there is going to be equalization. Now, attacker killjoy lockdown being placed by Sway means that they will have access to B side to get the spike down very easily. They're going to prevent. One player gets detained. No, wait. Helef, he tried to get that frag onto the player in that corner, but it looks like it will not work out. The trade came through, but Hyderabad, they still maintain their man advantage. They're going to spot out Flex, but Sway is going to get stuck in a crossfire. She gets taken out by Flex. It's all down to right to Ace, and a Spectre is all that the man needs to get that kill, get that map, get Hyderabad up to series point in terms of the maps, because next map coming up is going to mean that Hyderabad have a huge advantage getting that for themselves. They get that map, it is going to be game over for the side of Kolkata. And as far as Haven stands, Hyderabad proving why they are the team that they are. Hyderabad proving why they are the strong team. And well, unfortunately for Kolkata, it's just a bad day. It's just a bad situation for them. Maybe they didn't expect what came through from the side of Hyderabad. But at this point, it's really tough to say the least.
I agree with you. I mean, very tough to say. It was a map that should have really worked out for the side of Kolkata, but it was their pick. I mean, look at that play coming in from right to ace. I mean, I'd say this map, in terms of strategy and performance, the side of Hyderabad were ready with it, and there was a lineup that it was looking like Flex did manage to try and pull it back for his team. It was right to ace getting a lineup, or even I could say that it was a collat that happened from the side of team Hyderabad, where right to ace was just spraying a Spectre, and Meow16k became an unfortunate death for the side of team Kolkata, as well as Flex was trying to fight him out. Very unfortunate from the side of team Kolkata, going down. I would not say great for them on this map. 13-3 is the score, but Amaterasu popped off. You can look at him. First 4 bloods, Marzel with 6 first bloods. This team individually has 10 first bloods, and that's just huge. The side of team Kolkata, you can see even Deathmaker with just 2 first bloods did not manage to pull it off really well. It was just amazing play coming from the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, and an amazing performance throughout the whole map, where the kills were split across players.
Well, yes. I mean, Hellfighter being the one to sit at the bottom of the scoreboard for Hyderabad has 14 and 6 as his KD. I mean, if that is your bottom fragger, then, well, we have the answer. Followed by Sway at 13 and 10. Marzil at 11 and 10, right to ace at 15 and 7, and Amaterasu at 16 and 11. But from the side of Kolkata, unfortunate that no one got positive kills versus their deaths at all, even Deathmaker. And that just tells you that either Kolkata got so heavily counter-stratted on this map, or they just weren't ready for what was happening. It kind of feels bad for this. Like, especially after the performance that we saw from Deathmaker on the previous map of Icebox, where he had a 2KD, going from there to an 11 and 15 is unfortunate. And I don't know what could be the reason for that. I do not want to say something that might, make people feel one way, but Kolkata, they really need to step up, because we have seen multiple times teams go down 2-0, but they're able to come back and win it 3-2. But right now, Kolkata need to channel that inner comeback in them. They have it somewhere in there. They just need to figure it out, find it, and bring it up to the surface, because that team can pull off miracles. But right now, Hyderabad is just being a magician, and they're pulling tricks left, right, and center.
I agree with you, Dr. Lang. The side of Team Hyderabad is just pulling off tricks, and it's looking really good from their end as well. Those tricks that they're managing to pull, the rounds that they managed to pull, you saw it was just amazing to watch. And I think for the side of Team Hyderabad, they were more than happy with this victory. I mean, the first map, they fought it out really well. It went into overtime. It was not easy for them to get a victory, but this map victory, it's a confidence boost for the side of Team Hyderabad heading over to their map choice, and it's going to be Bind. And Bind is a map which we have seen has not worked out great for the side of Team Kolkata. Yes, they have been getting better on it. They are getting dominant as well as having great defense. One thing that I can say for sure on the side of Kolkata is their attack on the map of Bind is really exceptional, and they'll be able to get a lot of rounds on attack, but they are starting off on defend. That is where they falter. That is where we have seen that they have been trying to improve day in and day out, but still have a little bit of issues, because of which the opponents managed to bring it back close to around 10 or 11 points in their favor, and eventually Kolkata does manage to close it, but they still manage to let them walk till 10 or 11 rounds.
I agree. I think that the fact that Hyderabad just started off guns blazing, and they were able to pick up 7 rounds without a single reply from the side of Kolkata, that just tells you that, well, Haven as a map does not play out like that. The fact that Kolkata got channeled into pushing into certain areas of the map, and then I don't know. I still can't figure out as to why Kolkata would have a one-sided push. I get it, you have a cipher, you're safe from the flank, but how can you justify pushing a single site on a map like Haven when there are 3 different sites, and you know that Hyderabad is going to be rotating really fast? Not to mention, you're up against an Astra who on defense can basically be used as a half defensive controller, as a sentinel slash controller. And that is why Viper is also very strong on defense for teams, because, well, on defense, Viper becomes that defensive controller, the player, the agent that is a mix between a sentinel and a controller. But I don't know. Either it was a wrong call being made by Kolkata, either they kind of got either baited in by the side of Hyderabad into doing something, doing a push, thinking that, oh, this is going to be clear and it maybe works out. But I just don't know what could have been the reason for Kolkata giving away such a huge advantage in the first 7 rounds. You lose a pistol, you lose a bonus, you get surprised by a round in the middle, completely fine. But 7 rounds on attack before you can finally reply, especially after that previous map of Icebox, begs to ask the question as to what really went wrong.
I completely agree with you, Dr. Nang. I mean, I'm not even sure what happened there. I mean, I would say one thing that I found out as I was watching the map is the side of Team Kolkata did not have great information they were playing with. Yes, Rexy was there as that Sova, as that initiator. He was sending out his recon or even his owl drone, but before he could gain any information, there was a lot of players also being dropped from their own side on the attacking end as well as on the defensive end. When you saw on attack, there was Amaterasu who was just popping off right, left and center. He was running into side as he heard sound cues. You saw even the pistol round, the execution, the start of Heaven itself, he heard sound cues. His teammate gives him a call out that they're trying to rush C very long. He throws in his hot hands, goes in for a peek along with his curveball, gets two people. Then it's going to be a backstab coming through, which Whitehorse does not manage to pull it, and Whitehorse goes down, and another hot hand gets dropped, and that's where Amaterasu just feels himself and gets the 4K to start things off. I think that's where the boost just walked out from the side of Team Hyderabad, had better information, waited for sound cues, whether it was faint or not, they waited for it. And without information, the side of Team Kolkata, who were trying to rush in, I think not that it was Rexy's fault. As I said, before Rexy could lay down his utilities, it was already people dropping down from the side of Kolkata. So Kolkata, as Dr. Dang said, if you're rushing into a single site, be ready that you have a lot of utilities that are being thrown, and be ready to counter strat the opponent's utility, just like that Astra was trying to play.
I agree. I think that maybe a mistake that Kolkata could have made, again, I said this before, maybe a mistake that Kolkata did make could have been the fact that, well, they didn't expect Hyderabad to have such good setups, or they didn't expect the aggression, because we saw this Marzel would peek a shot quite a few times, whether he had an op with him or he had a Spectre or a Vandal with him, he would try to go in for that peek. So maybe that is something that could have thrown the side of Kolkata off. They expected a peek in a round, they pushed B, they tried to make it work, but it didn't. Now, one round on B where they were able to take A link and B site and get the spike down for BCT, as you might want to put it, that was one round that was good, because, well, they didn't plant default, they didn't let the lineups from right to ace work out. They planted in a completely different spot, and when eventually right to ace came in with the clutch, he got one frag, but he was so out of sync with where the plant was that he didn't understand as to where he should be expecting the peak from, and that was a good round for him on the side of Kolkata. If you can do that on a thrifty round, why not do it in a full buy as well? That is the question that I want to know from the side of Kolkata, because it goes to say that you're using your weapons as the reason for not pushing in safely, when it should be the opposite way around. When you have more expensive weapons, when you have an operator, when you have an Odin with you, when you have the Phantom, and you realize that, oh, this situation is probably not going to be something that I walk away from, and I need to have weapons for the next round as well. So maybe either I save or I push in a different place. And that, I think, is something that Kolkata didn't do. We saw Deathmaker having to push C-Long alone. Again, not the perfect idea. Now, yes, Deathmaker did get flashed. He was able to dash into Cubby and walk away from there alive. But what if that was not the case? What if it was different? Those are questions that we just need to know. And probably Kolkata has figured those out as well. Maybe they are able to work on them and figure out a way to get that.
Yeah, but the huge question right now to ask Dr. Dang is going to be whether the map of Bind is going to be the series end and an eliminator and elimination itself for the side of Kolkata, or will they able to clutch it? Because this map is very important right now. Yes, it is the choice coming in from the side of Team Hyderabad, I guess. And yes, it is going to be Hyderabad who have picked up that map. So Hyderabad on their attack, we know for a fact that they're not going to dilly-dally. The same thing will happen from the side of Team Kolkata on their attack, but that attack will only happen on the second half. And as I said, Kolkata are really good on attack. Defense is where they have fumbled a lot on the map of Bind. And if they manage to find their stance here, it should be a good round. And yes, as a lot of people asked, I mean, why not play Heaven here? I mean, we have seen for a fact that Flex has been really good on the map of Heaven, and for some reason it just did not work out. They were very fast in their pushes, they did not have information, they were losing players even before they got information, because you saw the side of Team Hyderabad were also aggressive. It's not that Kolkata did not try to do something, the side of Hyderabad was also aggressive. You saw Marzel a lot of rounds pushed from A to A lobby and took out a couple of people, or even tried to kind of bait out people while they were trying to rush into a different side. Whitehorse got picked. Deathmaker also certain times tried to fight out with Marzel. Yes, Marzel got picked, I guess, only once, but eventually was still pushing in from A main. Also, C was getting pushed from Amaterasu. Garage was also getting pushed. Only I think, no, even B got pushed. So the side of Hyderabad were a little bit way aggressive, which the side of Kolkata were not ready for. Because if you saw all the rounds that Kolkata was trying to do, they were going into a different site rather than waiting for the aggression coming from Hyderabad and taking those people down and then going and executing for the side. They let Hyderabad do their aggression for free, and that's where I think one of the reasons that fell short. But as I said, this is going to be a decider map. It's going to be either do or die for the side of Kolkata. Decide right here, otherwise it's going to be series end, and Kolkata at the end of the day today will be at the 4th spot.
Well, I think just yeah. Well, I think that for Kolkata, well, the next map is going to be Bind, which is surprisingly again a map that Kolkata has been very good on. So I still do have hope that because Kolkata versus Rajasthan on this map, Kolkata absolutely demolished Rajasthan. Now, yes, two different squads, Rajasthan versus Hyderabad, you cannot compare them. But Rajasthan is also the top rated or the second highest rated team in the league table, and they are the team that has booked themselves a spot in the grand final. So they are not a weak team by any stretch of the imagination. And yesterday in the best of five, it finally did boil down to Bind, where Bangalore of all teams got absolutely, I don't want to say it, but they kind of got slapped by the side of Rajasthan yesterday. And it was, yes, down to the fact that Bangalore didn't play the map that well, but Rajasthan just is a very strong team. And if Kolkata can take them down, I think that we can expect that Kolkata can take down Hyderabad as well. But right now, momentum is so heavily in the favor of Hyderabad. Hyderabad's like a freight train. I've put this earlier. Yeah. For Hyderabad to get started, it takes a little bit of time. When Hyderabad's not warmed up, they will drop rounds left, right, and center. They'll lose a pistol, they'll lose the bonus, they'll probably even lose the full buy, they'll get forced onto an eco, and from there, they'll slowly start picking up momentum. But the thing about a freight train is that it has a lot of momentum, and stopping that is going to be impossible or very, very difficult. And Hyderabad right now, they're going downhill at 100 kilometers per hour, and they are not looking to stop. They're only looking at that wall at the end of the railroad, which is going to be Kolkata Tridents. And right now, they want to smash through that, take it as a 3-0 and walk away with the win over here. Face Bangalore next and think about what they want to do against them. But right now, it's going to be game on. If Kolkata can start off strong on Bind, I think we should be having a very exciting best of five. But if Hyderabad start off the same way that they did on Haven, I think Kolkata will have to accept that they are going to be finishing fourth in the league.
You put it rightly. I mean, there's no other, I would say, in terms of addition. Yes, it's going to be Hyderabad, just like a freight train. That was just aptly put for the side of Team Hyderabad. They have gone in for full speed at this moment, right ahead. There's like all the gears that they've put in, all the fuel that they wanted, it's burning bright for the side of Hyderabad, and they're going in with that momentum. And yes, they have a high probability of closing the map of Bind as well. But Kolkata, yes, do stand a chance to stop that kind of trains, and we have seen, just as I mentioned in the start, they are those dark horses who have eventually come up through the tournament kind of slow but still managed to land their position. They have a chance in bringing that map back. As I said, Bind was a map kind of weak for them on defense, and eventually through the maps, as Dr. Dang also talked on, throughout the league stages where they played with different teams, they worked it out, they brought it back in their favor. They are a bit strong now. How will this pan out in front of Hyderabad Nawabs? We cannot still say whether it will be just Hyderabad Nawabs reading them and making it ready, and whether it will be Kolkata just saw how Hyderabad plays and might be taking it ahead in their favor. But one thing I also would like to mention, one of the members from chat, I don't remember their name, they did say that, is it Hyderabad taking the first map as a warm-up? Who knows, maybe, but with the best of 5 lining up, maybe that is the warm-up that they needed, because the second map looked like a complete domination from the side of Hyderabad.
Well, yes, I agree. And with that out of the way, we are going to be headed into the game very, very soon. So, chat, it's time for predictions. Who do you think is taking the map of Bind? With what scoreline? And is this going to be a 3-0? Or is Kolkata going to be coming back, possibly pulling it back to a 2-2 and then contesting Hyderabad on the last and the final map of Split? Because if this map goes in the favor of Kolkata, we will be headed over to Ascent, which is a strong map for both these teams. So that will be very, very interesting. And well, if we see Kolkata take the map of Ascent as well, then Split will be the map that we go to. But right now, it's all about Bind. I personally feel this is going to be Kolkata pulling this back because I want to see I don't want to see a quick 3-0. Despite me being from Hyderabad and me wanting Hyderabad to win the entire league, I still don't want to see a quick 3-0. I want to see Kolkata show us what they have got.
I agree with you, Dr. Dang. This is not how the side of Kolkata should go out, because they have put up I would say a huge fight to make their way into the fourth position. If they go out just with 3 maps, not a great one, but quick picks coming through. Marzel has gone in for the raise, a quick change. Amatya Rasu back on the Phoenix, so there's no change much from the side of Hyderabad. Kolkata on the other end, same. It's just Meow 16k picking up that raise, who was playing the Sentinel as well as a controller, has gone in for a duelist. Flex has gone out. It's Deathmaker back on his jet. There's no change. And Hevan back on his controller and bringing in a Viper. That's a great choice bringing in. And they have 2 controllers, no Sentinels, but 2 very strong controllers on the side of team Kolkata. And as I said, starting on defense, they need this and they're looking forward to making it work in their favor. 2 great controllers out of the board.
I agree. I think that the fact that Hevan's back, I already feel that Kolkata has a much better chance. Yeah, last game, Kolkata kind of felt lost. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They didn't know where they wanted to push through into. And well, that is just, as you can say, unfortunate from their side. But right now, it's down to the fact that this team of Kolkata has a huge task in front of them. They've got a big task. Well, they are a team that does not want easy things. They are going to be fighting for it. That I know for a fact. Rexy, Deathmaker, Meow 16, Whitehorse, Hevan. I mean, just look at their lineup. They have every single thing going for them. All that they have to do is find it within them to get this one map so that they can delay the win that Hyderabad gets, or even contest it. It's still not over till it's over.
It's never over until you get 13 on the board. Whether it's for Hyderabad or Kolkata, we have to see. But with this pistol round starting, it's not at all quick from both the teams. They're looking for information. Some sprays were sent out across, rather than some sprays, I would say bullet, because this is still the pistol round and they quickly rotate. And it's only Viper playing here at B. And this is a good, I would say, they have not gotten this information, but it's going to be a great site execution if they manage to go in here, because Hevan playing alone, yes, he has utilities to play with, but once his location is known, he's going to be vulnerable. But now that he has gone down, Marzel will receive a lot of damage. Oh no, I'm sorry, Marzel will receive no damage, and the site comes for free for the side of Hyderabad for the taking.
Spike planted.
Well, that is going to be the case as Hyderabad get the spike down. It's down to Kolkata, but Rexy with those bunny hops, you're giving away your position in elbow, and that is just going to allow Hyderabad a lot more information to work with. Now Deathmaker, he is ready with his teammate, but as the owl drone comes in, it will definitely spot the 2 players inside. Now there are 2 inside, 1 in hookah and 1 on long, but the peaks coming in. Marcel and Swepul 1 each. Deathmaker got 1 frag onto right to ace, but it looks like it's down to Whitehorse and Meow 16, and in a flurry of kills, it's the classic that wins out. And well, Hyderabad, they start off strong once again.
Hyderabad start off really strong, and with this start, I think Hyderabad are having a great time right now. And if Hyderabad walk away with this victory right here, right now, I think Hyderabad do have a great chance to pull this up. And with the performance that we have seen from the side of Hyderabad, I think we might be ending up seeing that Hyderabad might walk away with this victory. But nonetheless, now heading into the second pistol round, it's again an advantage for Hyderabad with the first pistol that went their way.
Well, Hyderabad got the first pistol in their half, and well, that's going to be a start. And again, they're on attack. The recon dart gets destroyed. That gives away Rexy's. That gives Rexy the information that there are players over there. But Marzel, he's pushing in. Whitehorse, he gets that pull. Sway is going to start off strong. She gets 2 frags for herself, but it is down to the Astra as well as Hevan on that Viper to get this kill in. But right to ace with the Spectre, he's just going to be having that advantage, and there's nothing that could have been done by Whitehorse to change the outcome of that gunfight. He's going to spot Hevan once again. He aims only for the head, lands the first dink, went in for the second peak, and well, there you go.
Right here.
That's another round that comes through for the side of Hyderabad. And Hyderabad now on a bonus, they'll be happy with what they'll be able to pull it off. And looking at how Hyderabad is heading towards this map, I think Hyderabad might have gone off to a great start. But now with this full buy coming through, this should be the round that the side of Team Kolkata change the momentum, change the round and bring it back in the favor. And if they manage to do it, Dr. Dang, I think Kolkata will be back in action and they can have a good chance in this half and get them a better split.
Well, I think that the split that right now Kolkata would want on their defensive half is something like an 8-4 or a 7. I mean, the bare minimum would be a 7-5. But Evan, he's going to be stuck inside the pool. He's going to be in a vulnerable state. He does not take any damage to that paint shell, but, well, the players of Hyderabad could not push in. But as they look to do that, Sway is going to fall to Deathmaker. That's an impressive frag coming through. And, well, the Astro on both sides is proving big. But there is a player there. Marzel, despite having a frenzy, is able to get Evan. Deathmaker gets that instant trade. But the three players of Hyderabad are now going to be on long. The first pull comes in. That is going to give the position of Amaterasu, I think, a little bit of a wobble, but he has decided to use his Blaze Wall to get access to site.
Using Blaze Wall to access the site might be the thing, but it looks like it's going to be a fake that he's going to let his team rotate or reposition themselves, and it's going to work out maybe, but it was Marzel supposed to pick up that kill. Marzel did push up through hookah window. He did pick up a kill on Hevan. Deathmaker was right there. Deathmaker himself did not realize that happened. Eventually will spot that out, but now Helef will spot him out. That Spectre just working out great for Helef. Will get that kill. Amaterasu's location gets pinged, but that's only one ping happening, and they have the side back along with Equalizer in terms of number of player counts. But hookah has been taken over from the defense, and this is going to get difficult in the post-plan situation to play it out.
Well, yes, that is definitely the case. But Hyderabad, they do have the positions they need. Rexy coming in from the back. He gets one kill. Whitehorse and Rexy to finish it off in one round on board for Kolkata already. That is the start they wanted. They get their full buy-in. And Hyderabad, well, gotta get back to the eco, my friend.
This is what I said, a very important round coming from the side of Team Kolkata, and Kolkata played it really well. They did not aggress too fast, which we have seen for a certain amount of time right now, and they managed to pull it back here, and that was very much needed from the side of Team Kolkata. Now that they bring it back, it's going to get really equal for both these teams, but one thing is it's not going to be an equal because that round they did not force it.
Oh, yes,
they did think.
Yeah, that was the bonus for them. All right, I realized that. That's okay. So at least Hyderabad have another round to contest properly against the side of Kolkata, and well, I think that can definitely work out in their favor.
I agree with you. I mean, that was smart play. They thought that the full buy coming through might not work out in their favor, and the people who dropped down in the second round, they managed to not buy, and they just went in for frenzies and full shields and saved that round, and that's just worked out really well. Now with this grenade coming in, will deal a little bit of damage on Hevan. Oh, not little, a lot. And with that Hunter's Fury coming in, Hevan's location is called out and he might end up going down, and yes, he does. That's the opening they needed. Helef picks one. There's the ultimate used from Marzel to take on one more, but the site is completely clear. They can send it to Heaven, but no information. It's not going to get easy. Deathmaker's position will get revealed a little bit late, otherwise that should have been the end of Deathmaker with that ultimate.
Yep, that is true. That is unfortunate that Marcel just went in for that, but he's going to go in for that peak. He gets that first frag. He gets a second before getting taken out by Deathmaker. It's all down to him in a 1v4. He's looking to fall back. He does not want to give his weapon up just yet, but I believe they will still have a buy if they do lose this round. He will drop a Cloudburst, and well, he realizes there is no point other than going in for a save, and that is exactly what is the call. That is exactly what he is going to be doing, and well, he has one more Cloudburst to make sure he doesn't get peeked at the last moment.
Yep, he has a Cloudburst. Saving is a good one because right now they do have kind of another creds that they can go again for a full buy, but they lost that round within the blink of an eye. You saw right to ace with his utility played out really well. That paint shell coming from Marcel was right on point, and it dropped Hevan to so low HP, and that was the opening that was needed. And as soon as Hevan went down, you saw U-Haul was the position they peaked. Helef knew that was the same thing that's going to happen. Helef opened that U-Haul for his team, and then Marcel went down with his ultimate. Yes, he did not get any effect from it, but he eventually picked up 2 kills at CT. Round rolled in for the side of Kolkata now. Hyderabad. Kolkata now on an eco. Need to look forward to do a little bit of a damage, or even go for rifle upgrades in what they managed to play. But now with this Nebula coming through, it's a good Dissipate coming through, but Marcel was not ready for that. He thought it's going to be a complete smoke, but Marcel will go for a peek and he'll find Meow. That's a beautiful kill coming in from Marcel.
And that is exactly why we said Marcel in recent times has grown so much as a player, but going up against Deathmaker, he's going to be on a reload and unfortunately gets taken out. I mean, just look at the face cams from Hyderabad. Does it look like they're in game? No, it doesn't. But look at Kolkata. They're also focused trying to figure out what's happening. Hyderabad, they're just calm. They're composed. They do not have any pressure. There are smiles coming out from Marcel when he gets taken out. That is the kind of environment that is going to allow these players to perform at the level that they are. I'm not saying that Kolkata cannot do that. It's just that right now, that is not the case. And it is going to be an aspect as to whether,
30 seconds
left. That is going to help them in the comeback or not. But so far, so good from the side of Hyderabad. And that is just making sure that they can get this win as soon as possible. Amaterasu runs in with the run it back. He gets instantly taken out by Deathmaker, as Right to Ace is going to use that as a way to get entry. 11 seconds on the board. Hevan with one. Deathmaker with the refrag. The spike goes down. Amaterasu can get that trade, but White Horse finishes it off, and a thrifty, because Hyderabad bad time management, not making the push fast enough, and another thrifty on board. That's 2 thrifty rounds that Kolkata has pulled in the last 2 maps.
One thing that when you said, Dr. Dang, about looking at the face cams for the side of Hyderabad, I just looked at it and I was like, oh right, that's right. And also one more thing to add on top of it, it looks like they were sitting in an office meeting, they were just muted their mics, they're just listening to whatever is happening rather than talking about it, and they're just happy about it. They're just calm. They're like, okay, it's a cool one day in the office. We are just trying to do our best and let's just finish it. And that's what they're managing to do. Yes, the mics are not muted because comms are really necessary, but that's the way of saying it. Look at them, still composed. But look at the side of Kolkata, as Dr. Dang said. They have focused so much on the game that might be that they are kind of letting things go on the high side. Yes, Hyderabad do have an advantage. Kolkata is very close to bring and close that advantage off, but Marcel gains entry into side. White Horse has read that, but there is one more person coming in, and if that is not flicked onto, it's going to be White Horse's death. But White Horse is holding it really good, and he finds that headshot beautifully connected, and that's going to be an advantage along with Deathmaker bringing it back.
Well, they get a kill each before Hellfighter can come in and get a kill for himself. Now 16 is going to be completely blinded, but Amaterasu with the drop, he gets one but gets taken out. But Meow 16, she's cut off from her teammates because Hellfighter is going in for that plant. He pushes in and gets Hevan for himself. That's a huge flag. Sway knows that the backstab's up, and Rexy falls. It's all down to Meow 16. She needs a kill to get her paint shell back, but she is divided by this wall as the players of Hyderabad are rotating all the way to the other side. They're not giving a single sound cue, and that is going to make life difficult for Meow 16.
And they did a CT rotate, so it's going to be very difficult for her to even push in. There's an alarm bot which will reveal her position. She does not have a clue of what has happened here, but she's going to get a read out of it. But look at the side of Hyderabad. They do also have an ultimate. That is going to be a lockdown, and that's just going to get difficult for her. She's going to go for pre-fires, but they are not giving a single clue of what might happening. But Sway will put down her turret, which will give away, I guess, Sway's position and might get wall banged, but still she is unsure of where 2 players are. She goes in for a fake. The plant itself is at a very smart position towards CT, which makes her think that everybody is towards CT or short.
Well, not only that, it is going to be blatantly out in the open. You will not have any cover, and well, she is going to be using that TP to make a quick exit, and Sway and Hellfighter will be running out of showers, making sure that Hyderabad keep their advantage. it came really close. It came really close to being the fact that there could have been a big chance for the team to get that win for them. But turns out it's not.
That was just playing smart from the side of Hyderabad. They could have gone in for a default plant, they could have gone in for a Tetris plant, but they went for a CT plant, which Meow 16K could not read. Where were these players? Where were they trying to go? And a lot of time used off. And even the utilities were not even there coming through from the side of Team Hyderabad. They just waited it out, looked for what Meow pulled off, and then went for something to do. But before Meow could do anything, the timer was ticking off, and she knew she had way less time to pull it off. And she went in for a full save, but now she has a rifle. She needs to play it smart, but it looks like they have read that she should be here and they're looking forward to that kill. Meow is jiggling, but in the meantime, look at where the spike is. It's all the way at A, and they're looking in forward for a push coming from the side of Team Kolkata itself, because throughout this map, they have been a bit too aggressive.
Well, that is going to be the case. That is for both these teams. Hyderabad, they've been punished for being overly aggressive, not in today's matchup, but in general in this tournament. Kolkata have had the same problem. Peeking into places where it is not needed have led to them getting taken out in certain situations where, they could have gotten the advantage for them. But Amaterasui starts off, but Deathmaker and Rexy pull a kill each, and that is going to be right to Ace and Hellfighter to come back and get that frag back. It's down to a 2-2. We are going to be seeing the Astra and Meow 16, Whitehorse and Meow 16 go up against Hellfighter and right to Ace. The clutch duo for Hyderabad. Will they be getting this clutch, or will it be Kolkata getting it against better opinion?
It's gonna be Kolkata, maybe, because Helef will get one kill, but that's all he gets. Meow 16K, very good backstab. She'll manage to pull it off. The ultimate does come through, but the plant is for Helef. Helef knows he can pull it off. Helef dings off Meow, and that's a good kill, and he's on his pistol. It's just one bullet that he has to connect, and Helef will do that. This man on this controller is popping off. I mean, he does not fear. This is what we have said. The side of Hyderabad, whether they're at a 1v5, 1v2, 1v3 or a 1v1, they're going to play clean and composed.
Well, that is going to be Kolkata having a huge disadvantage they need to claw back from, and well, it's going to be difficult for them to come back from this. But at the same time, I feel that if they can make this eco something that they get enough pistols, or they get enough weapons off the board, as Deathmaker, he's going to be going in for an aggressive peek. The Stormblades do not connect with any of the players, and well, he's going to be taking quite a bit of damage to make it work for himself. Now, as for the side of Kolkata, their main decision making at this point of time should be about the fact, but right to Ace, he's just got so much game sense. He understands that the updraft cannot be used by Deathmaker. The second he uses it, he realizes himself that he is going to be peeked from hookah. And well, that is Hyderabad using their game sense for their advantage. Hevan, despite having a ghost at that range, is able to double dink Helef and get that frag. But he needs to run away. He needs to run away with his life. Because if he doesn't, it's, well, there you go. That's game over. They get one rifle off the hands of Hellfighter, but other than that, a 4-round deficit is what they have.
Even in that fight, you saw HellFF put him and drop him down to 1 HP. Hevan knew that he was about to go down. He was looking for a kill, but with 1 HP, what can he do? The opponent needs to be low, and that's how he'll be able to pick. But everybody was good in terms of HP, great in terms of weapons, and now the side of Team Hyderabad is also great in terms of creds, and they look forward to closing this round a little bit stronger. But now coming forward to the full buy coming from the side of Team Kolkata, they need to play it smart. Yeah, they're denying hookah, which was getting contested a lot of times from the side of Hyderabad. That's a good snakebite coming through to delay that from happening, but there's an operator that right to Ace might try to find it, and he's going in with his owl drone. There's going in for look, and he will spot out Deathmaker. This should have been a kill if right to Ace was in his rifle. That was obviously a kill coming through, but somehow Deathmaker will run away safe and get back that operator in his hands.
Obscuring fish, taking that back.
Oh, well, that is going to be the case, but so far Hyderabad, well, that is going to be Rexy getting a frag, but Hellfighter again, their trade game has been so so strong. Every single time Amaterasu or Marzel is trying to take entry, they might get taken out early. But well, there you go. Right as I say, it's Marzel who gets taken out. But again, Hellfighter, he gets a trade. Maybe not on the same person, but a trade nonetheless.
A trade nonetheless, but right to ace is coming. This should be a kill that right to ace should pull. He's wall banging him, but Helef will manage to pick that kill. This is what we are saying. Hyderabad is ready for trade games. Their callouts are on point and now they know where Hevan is coming. And look at Helef. He's already picked up 3 people off the board and he's looking for the last person. And that's going to be Meow. She's again on a backstab. And I think Helef is ready to rain hell on top of them. And it's going to be again another round lost. Yes, Meow 16k has a pain shield to play with, but just that one as Helef. Oh my bad, my bad, I missed that. That was an ace for Helef. This man is crazy.
There you go. There's that smile. There's that smile where the problem started. Well, Hellfighter, he's good. I mean, I haven't seen Hyderabad's players under pressure. I've seen Amaterasu's face cam be on in a 1v4 clutch, and he's looking at the map, he's looking at the screen in front of him, and he's talking to his teammates as if, oh, it's just a 5v1 that we are having the advantage of. And well, Hellfighter 12 and 3 on attack, on bind, playing the Astra, not playing a duelist. Insane.
Man is insane. And look at that, Marzel again a quick kill. This is what the side of Kolkata are not able to find their aggressive, but Hevan on the other hand at hookah has picked up 2 important kills. Helef will manage to bring it back to an equalizer, but Helef is surviving and he's getting boxed in there. Helef needs to play it smart because the spike has been lost from the side of Team Hyderabad at B lobby. And look at that, Deathmaker has pushed up to lobby and he'll pick that kill. That's going to be the spike lost, as well as Helef, who was holding and trying to get his team back on play. And now it looks like the side of Team Hyderabad are a bit lost, but if they manage to push and get that kill, they might be able to recover the spike. Amaterasu is going to face off Rexy. Rexy is at a very cheeky spot, but 2 people on a crossfire near the spike might be something that they'll not be expecting.
Standing ahead.
Well, yes, that is definitely the case. Right to ace, he does use a recon for Market to make sure that he can push in and try to get that spike back up, but there's a double-way crossfire being held. Hevan going in for that peak. He spots the head of Amaterasu, but he's the one who comes out on top. The spike gets recovered, but Deathmaker does not let Amaterasu recover a round. Another thrifty. That's 3 thrifties that Kolkata has pulled up. Why don't you just play the pistol? You play so much better. You play so much coordinated when you are playing on that pistol. Kolkata, just figure that out, how to play it in the full buys, and you have a chance to take this win. Now, yes, the best that you can do from here is going to be a 7-5, but please, if you can play that well on pistols, why can't you do that with rifles?
I agree with you, Dr. Dang. I mean, if they manage to pick it up in eco round, they need to play it in eco round. But yes, full buy will give them advantage in terms of pulling off a couple of rounds, but again, Marzel punishing that aggressive hold coming in, and Marzel knows for a fact that there should be a Viper, because 2 or 3 rounds that the Viper has played, she has always been in this position, and Hevan has been playing this smart. He knows hookah control being lost is giving away a lot of, I would say, control for the side of Team Hyderabad to pull it off, but Deathmaker will find 1, will find 2 with a backstab that was so fast, and now they have hookah control as well as player advantage with people getting revealed with that recon. That's going to be Christmas lights for the side of Deathmaker to pop people off.
Well, yes, Amaterasu is going to be using that to get a frag for himself, but the run it back is not going to work out. Deathmaker with another spray, and Sway is going to get swayed out of that map. The shock dart does not connect. Deathmaker survives that, but there is still a lot that he needs to do to get that ace for himself.
Lot he needs to do, and Amaterasu will not let him happen as right to ace picks 1. It looks like the side of Hyderabad don't want any rounds away, and they have a great crossfire. Is Amaterasu is looking for veto hookah. He knows after such a long time there's nobody coming from CT. It should be long or hookah, and they're having that crossfire. 34 HP on right to ace's location known. Amaterasu goes down, but now it's all right to aces. Right to ace gets that ping, but Hevan is reading that really well. Hevan knows that the person is in tube. Now it's going to be Ringer Roses, but who will get the better of it? Right to ace gives his pixel away, but right to ace, look at him jump, and no, it was Hevan. 1 HP. Are you kidding? Right to ace, you guy is... Take this man home, guys. Come on. This This needs to
Oh
stop.
boy.
He had no right to clutch that.
It's right to clutch. It's right to clutch. No other way to put it. That's I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, Kolkata is definitely feeling really bad about this, but you have to understand that that Hyderabad's performance is something that you have to understand is on another level right now. We haven't seen Hyderabad perform like this in the league for such a long time. And to do it against a team like Kolkata just tells you that this team is not someone you take any kinds of peeks with, because Amaterasu is just insane. He gets a kill onto White Horse, he sneaks up. He almost gets one onto Deathmaker as well, but that dash on the Jet is the thing that saves her life, but not for long, because Hellfighter gets that frag. Hevan pulls his ultimate inside of A main. He's on the backstab. Sway is going to get swallowed up and gets taken out, and that is going to be advantage for Kolkata, because no, they don't have the spike. If they did have the spike, that would have been a huge advantage, but the Astral Divide is there as Amaterasu is holding the exit. Meow 16, she could work out with this pain shell, but it looks like she's just going to be using that for entry. But Amaterasu comes in when she has a satchel in her hand. It's all down to Hevani, gets a frag, but 4 HP, 9-3 is what Hyderabad get. They walk away with 9 rounds on their attack on the map of Bind, and it's just unfortunate for Kolkata. Hyderabad has been the much better team here, but I did not expect it to be this one-sided. I did not expect a quick 9-3 being pulled off on defender-sided maps like this. I mean, there's still a chance, but the chances are looking bleak. There is hope, but that hope is going to be really far away, and there is a lot of skill on Kolkata that they can turn this around, but they need to find it within themselves. And right now, it does not look like they're able to find that within.
I agree with you. I mean, look at the number of kills that Deathmaker had pulled off, 15. But everybody in his team, they're not yet reached double digits. I think that's where they're facing a little bit of a difficulty in holding this out. Again, Meow doing the same thing that Marzel was doing, trying to take control of Hookah, but Marzel is still doing the same. He's like opposite. Let's just battle it out. Let's see who's the better races. And both of them are not letting Hookah control go off. But two people at B-Long are aggressing, whereas Helef will spot one. And did he land a dink on Hevan? Helef? Hello? Wait, how on that frenzy? For God's sakes, please tell me, because I have never been able to land a long-range dink.
I mean, it's just first shot accuracy. As right to ace, he's going to be picking up another frag for himself. And just look at this. The two players of Hyderabad pushed out of long together. There are a lot of teams that love to push long, but the fact that they did it. Oh, that's it. Rexy is going to get taken out by that swarm grenade. No, it looks like he's going to fall to the frenzy. Deathmaker gets a trade on two people, Sway as well as Hellfighter. He is standing up tall and he's showing up huge for his team, but they need to make sure that not everything rests on the shoulders. Meow 16, well, she's going to take some weight off as Marzel is going to be getting one, but right to ace with the shock dart gets one more. He gets Deathmaker as well. It's all down to Meow 16 versus right to ace, and well, her jumping into the TP is going to give the cue for the rotation, but with 9 seconds on the board, she has to get the spike down without thinking too much.
She'll get the spike down and also deal a lot of damage on right to ace. Now, right to ace has a huge task. He's low on HP. He knows Meow's position and he is not sure what to fight. He turns around as Meow 16 will clutch it. And look at Deathmaker. He's happy. He's clapping the hands. He knows that if it was not the round that they brought it back, it's going to be double digits. And that would have been bonus for the side of Hyderabad. And if bonus was rolled in, it's going to be 11th round for the side of Hyderabad.
Well, that is going to be the case for Hyderabad. They do lose their pistol, but again, I feel that Kolkata can still get this. I want Kolkata to be able to come back from this, because again, I didn't want to see a 3-0. Yes, as I said earlier, I personally would love to see Hyderabad win this out, but I know that Kolkata is a team that has a lot more to offer than just a quick 3-0 as an opposition. Now, Helef, he's being the sneaky boy. The way that he uses both the Viper wall and his own star, his own smoke
Blocking
to
vision.
get entry. He is going to be right behind Heban, and out of all the people, he gets that onto Heban. He gets instantly traded out because Deathmaker gets 2 for himself. Once again, Hellfighter and Sway fall off once again. And it's down to the last remaining 2 players, Right to Ace as well as Marzil, to pull this back.
Now Right to Ace would have gotten, I guess, an upgrade, but Helef did get an upgrade. Helef had to play a little bit slow because he knew sight was actually taken away from their end, but now with this upgrade coming, Marzil might be able to pick off. He has a ghost. It's 3 people alive versus 2, and this is a little bit comfortable because Right to Ace has an upgrade, and Marzil is waiting, but he waited a little bit too long, does not connect the fire as Rexy gives the peek and connects it, and now Right to Ace's position is known. 3 people pushing him. Right to Ace will find one, but Deathmaker does not make it happen as he makes it costly for the side of team Hyderabad, and lets Kolkata survive for a little bit longer. But now with the full buys coming from the side of Hyderabad, I'm not sure that Kolkata would survive for long, or if Kolkata does it, that the start that they've gotten on the second half, it's going to get really good.
If Kolkata can get that back, well, it should be really interesting. Now they pull the it's going to be a tactical timeout being pulled by Hyderabad, so that is interesting. They have a 4-round lead, but they still want to just end it over here, and which is why they're going to call for that timeout. I think that is smart decision making from Hyderabad. They need that time to again come back to 0 in terms of excitement versus feeling bad about themselves, because again, they're really excited right now. They are feeling extremely good about themselves, but being too excited can lead you to over peaking, and you over peak once in a round, you over peak twice in a round, you feel that, oh, you know what, I am making that mistake, I can win that gunfight. You over peak a 3rd time, and by that time you realize you've lost so many rounds that, well, that lead is no longer a lead, and it is only the other team gaining momentum. So for Hyderabad to pull that timeout right now, it is at a very good stage. Kolkata's just about to start off thinking that, oh, you know what, we can get these 4 rounds back, we can contest for a next map. But Hyderabad, they don't want that kind of momentum to take place. They don't want that kind of thing to start off. And well, it looks like we are going to know very soon whether this timeout is going to be working in their favor, or is Kolkata still going to be badgering on and try to pull the rounds back and get this win for themselves.
Kolkata have started it off. They've gotten the first 2 pistol rounds, very much important. Taken it back. Yes, Hyderabad did do a little bit of damage in terms of the number of SMGs that they had, and I think the side of Kolkata would have also kind of full buys coming from the 3 players who dropped it down. Otherwise, if they went for an eco, it would have been a good call coming through, because we saw the same thing happening from the side of Hyderabad, where they managed to pull it off kind of an eco on their bonus, and they got their full buys coming across, where they managed to clutch the next immediate round. So if Kolkata managed to find that and they managed to do the same thing, I think this round might be given away as double digits. But if they give away double digits, it's just the confidence boost that the side of Hyderabad needs, and they'll look forward to taking it away. So Kolkata needs to strategically and cautiously make this decision, because the confidence boost from the side of Hyderabad is very high right now, and with 4 rounds, as we said, advantage coming in for the side of team Hyderabad. Even though the 2 pistols went away, 4 rounds is a lot of us to bring it back. But yes, it can be a comeback from Kolkata. Any time and any time of the day, they'll be able to pull it off. They have Deathmaker, they have Hevan, they have Whitehorse to do all these crazy stunts, and Meow 16k on that CC has been playing really well for their team. So it is highly probable that they pull it off, but they need to pull it off at the right moment and catch off the flank. Just like Deathmaker, you saw there, Helef did get a rifle upgrade. He did manage to have a fight there, but he read that it's going to be Helef pushing back to get back to safety, and that's where Deathmaker, who was inside, immediately looked forward to take of 2 kills, 1 on Sway, 1 on LFF, and the site was completely open for the taking and the plant coming through. So they need to be ready for a play like that. Either have entry on this for half of the side where they have map control, on the second half, if there's a rush going through, they pull it back.
Well, that will be something that we'll just have to see. Right now, as a matter of fact, for the side of Kolkata, them not upgrading their Spectres is going to present a very different, as you can say, process for them to take site, because they can't take the long range gunfight. So they have to figure out a way to either sneak in or try to play the game close from each other. But as far as things stand, Hyderabad is going to be having the rifles for themselves to take the gunfights at whichever range they want. So for the two players on the Spectres, which is going to be Meow 16 as well as Rexy, they have to think about the gunfights they take. And to think about it, I think that Hookah is probably one of the best places that they can go. As long as they can isolate Hellfighter into one corner with the paint shells and the boombots, they should be able to use the high fire rate of the Spectre to run in and get a kill like that. But it looks like Deathmaker is just going to be using his darts. He gets his Stormblades out, but this gravity well is going to take his attention away as Sway gets 2. It's going to be Marzel who got 1 frag as well. Sway with 3, and it looks like this round is all but over. Rexy is going to spot 1 more and Sway with 4. That is Hyderabad. That's Hyderabad for you.
Sway sweeps the floor. That's the best way to put it. She deleted everybody as soon as they were trying to enter. You saw Deathmaker had pulled up his Bladestorm, and we know for a fact that he's going to pull off an head. But that gravity well, working it really well. And you saw Sway was just going left, right from U-Haul, out of U-Haul, again to U-Haul. Gets 4 kills. What a play coming in from Sway. Now everybody will be worried about that kind of a push again, but this time Sway is not playing in the same position. This is what Hyderabad does. They don't play in the same positions again and again. Marzel will go along with Sway, pick off a kill. Now they know that a shot is something that they would have to worry about, because look at Hevan. He has pushed in to the box, and this should be a kill that Marzel reads. That's just easy. I mean, you know that the site was left open. As Marzel will pick that, LFF will also pick it and let the last 2 people surviving, Meow as well, as their controller, to do something better.
Well, I think that it is going to be coming down to... It's just coming down to the side of Kolkata kind of getting counter-stratted over here. I think that is the only way to put it. Because you can counter-strat, you can say that, oh, you know what, Kolkata made a mistake on Haven of pushing too much, and which is why they paid the price. Okay, understandable. But Kolkata is not the team that is going to be making that mistake twice, and Kolkata is certainly not the team who's going to be making that mistake again and again, and it just begs the question, then what is going wrong with their attack and defense? Well, the answer that I now feel after watching and casting this game of Bind feels that it's just counter strat. The fact that Hyderabad is so well prepared for the side of Kolkata that they do not play anything other than what Kolkata is expected to do. Now, the mistake that Kolkata is making is that they haven't figured that out. They need to play the game in a different way, throw Hyderabad into a toss, make them think, is this exactly what's happening, or is it what Kolkata usually does? Are they doing something different, or is Kolkata doing what they usually like to do? And that could be anything. Figure out a way to play with Hyderabad's game. Mind.
That's what I said. 3 things: aim, utility, and mind game. That's all that the side of Hyderabad is completely pulling it off. Mind game is what they're like, yes, let's let go of A shot, let them come in from A shot, but let's take shower control. You saw in the previous round, Marzel and Sway took it, and Marzel took the first kill. He came back again. He knew somebody would have pushed already, looking at no utilities available. They might have ended up pushing, and they let go of the side. They did not worry about it. And once Hevan gave that peek, bye-bye is what Marzel said, and what a play coming in. Now with this full buy coming from the side of Team Kolkata, they need to make it work, because otherwise it's going to be match point. However, the lockdown, Sway is looking forward to it. She thought about it, she brings it, but the ultimate from that Hunter's Fury will get revealed. The lockdown will get destroyed, and it's going to be fire in the hole from Meow. She goes in, Hevan brings one back, and it's going to be player advantage for now, but Meow is very low in HP.
Well, Meow is going to be really low. A single shock dart could be the end of her, but that recon is going to get shot instantly. Hevan's going in for that plant. I believe that is going to be a default one. Yes, it will be. And that Viper is now going to be proving really, really useful for the side of Kolkata, because not only do they have man advantage, they can play the lineups, and playing the lineups means that if you want to get rid of the player there, you have to run away. Meow 16, she does eventually fall to the hot hands, but Amaterasu gets traded out by Rexy, as it looks like Kolkata is on start to get around for themselves. Right to ace, doesn't check, right under heaven. Rexy gets that frag, and that is going to be 6-11 for the side of Kolkata. They still can get this comeback in. I've said this earlier. Let's see whether this can actually be a practical thing that they can pull off.
Whether this will be able to pull it off, I mean, one more survival chance that they manage to pull back. It's going to be 11-6, but still 5 more rounds. The side of Hyderabad are looking forward to create difference every round. They might let go of one round, but the immediate next round they pull it back. So it's getting very difficult for the side of Kolkata. They are trying to counter strat, but it's just that the side of Hyderabad is changing their strategy every moment of every round, and it's just getting better. And Recon will get sent out from right to ace. It will get destroyed. He's looking for that owl drone also being sent out. It will be heard in terms of sound cue. They might end up destroying it, but one person will be tagged. He's looking for to bag him. Amaterasu will try to deal some damage, but that's all he gets away with.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case right now, but Kolkata, they need to make sure that they keep pushing. Now, that was a very good round coming in from them. They used the information that they had from previous rounds and they used it perfectly. And there you go. They were able to get a round for themselves. They just need to make sure that they can keep doing things like that consistently for the next 5 maps. For the next 5 rounds. Because if they don't, well, we told you what's going to happen. But
Battle out.
as of right now, Marzel, he's pushing out aggressive, uses a showstopper, questionable use of utility, not only wasting an ultimate and a satchel, but giving his position away as well. But Hellfighter, he's just shown up huge. He gets 2 kills before finally falling to Hevan. That is going to be netting them a kill. Amaterasu with the run it back is going to be sent back to CT, but Marzel on the backstab. They probably know that he's there, but Rexy, he gets 1 kill. Marzel, he gets White Horse. He gets traded out by Hevan, who gets taken up by right to ace. It's all down to the Viper. And there you go. Amaterasu, he understands exactly what's happening, and that is going to be an easy frag for him.
This is just understanding the game, playing it out. He knows that's a wall bangable spot. It will be Hevan who will be coming out of that position, because that was where that ultimate was used. And just spray it. Why do you want Hevan a second chance that he comes close to you? Because you know Hevan for a fact, he is not going to let that chance he's going to make sure that chance is capitalizes in his team's favor, and with that Viper ultimate coming, he would be able to pull it off. But with match point rolling in for the side of Hyderabad, it looks like they're ready for it. They're happy for this victory, but I think there's going to be a quick pause before we start the round itself, and that's going to be a quick strategy discussion maybe from the side of Kolkata, because right now with 6 rounds on the line that they have to pull back, it looks like far from possible, but it is something of a dream that they're looking forward to achieve.
Well, I agree with you. I think that it is going to be coming down to the fact that Kolkata need to play a perfect game now. We've seen Kolkata do it before. We want to see them do it again. And it is going to be a tough ask. It is not an easy thing to do. Trust me, picking up even 2 rounds in a row on match point for the other team is very difficult. It's just that you need to keep your calm. And right now, with Deathmaker absolutely fragging out, Hevan is being able to at least help him out a little bit. They need to figure out a key to this lock that Hyderabad has on their defense, because so far Hyderabad has just, I don't know how to put this, but Hyderabad has just kind of made it feel as if they know exactly what is happening with Kolkata's mind. They know exactly the strategies, the pushes that this side of Kolkata wants to make, and they're just playing to counter that. They're only playing to counter what Kolkata puts up. They're not showing off anything new. They're only trying to play the game that Kolkata is going to be countered by.
Playing the game is the name that they are looking forward to. I mean, I try to pull off a pun. It completely
game?
just smashed off in my face.
Playing the game is the name of the game.
Yeah. Wow.
And then there's a player called the game.
Yeah. Yeah, actually there is. Maybe kind of it worked out, but the first finalist for you guys, it's going to be Rajasthan Strikers. They won it out really great yesterday. I mean, what a play that we saw from the side of Rajasthan Strikers. Really appreciate their performance yesterday. I mean, yes, Bengaluru put up a really good fight as well, but Rajasthan managed to figure out what they can do in terms of the entry coming in terms of the defense that Bengaluru had, but Rajasthan made their way into the first whether they did manage to close on second, but they are ending up being the first finalist. Bengaluru is waiting for, now I can kind of say that Hyderabad already on the qualifier too, but 6 rounds, who knows to say, there might be a chance that the 6 rounds might work out in the favor of Kolkata. They do have a cosmic divide to play with, but they're a little bit too aggressive for the side of Kolkata to pull this off, because every time that we are seeing Kolkata, they're just walking into the map, into the site, and they're not sure whether they've cleared it. I think that's where the side of Hyderabad is getting that advantage, making sure, inflicting something like, we are not sure whether the site is clear or not, let's just try and clear it out a little more further, and then they walk into the crosshairs of the opponent, is where Kolkata is falling one by one. Yes, they do have trades coming in, but they are far when they have lost all the trades that they could do.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that it is going to be coming down to the fact that the side of Kolkata, they haven't, as I said earlier, they are kind of not keeping themselves updated with what Hyderabad wants to do. Consistently, Hyderabad has been able to pull off a repeat on strategy that Kolkata has fell into, and it's not boding well for that. It is not the thing that we expect from players like Hevan and Deathmaker to fall into the same trap again and again, consistently, especially in such an important game and a map.
Very unfortunate, Dr. Rang. I mean, yes, we see a tech pause coming through, or a kind of tech pause. It's not a tech pause right now, because we can see one player is disconnected, and we are looking forward to that confirmation coming soon from our production as well. As soon as she connects, we'll be starting it off. But if it eventually ends up being for a longer time, we know for a fact, but there will be only this there'll be a amount of time that we can only wait for a person to reconnect. If not, we would have to start the match, because we cannot let a match which is already started to pause it in between. If this happens before the match starts, we can give them time to reconnect, but during the match, giving them a long and a huge pause is not something that will match up to the rule. So we'll be waiting for a couple of more minutes, but in the meantime, Dr. Dang, what do you think? Yes, it's 6-12, but is there a chance that Kolkata can make a 6-round comeback, which is, we have seen that a lot of teams have managed to pull back?
Well, yes, that is definitely the case, and well, it is going to be coming down to basically Sway having some issues with her internet, and that is understandable. Sometimes those things do happen, but again, you cannot blame anyone for that. But it looks like there will be a limited amount of time that Hyderabad will be getting before they will have to continue in a 4v5 manner. So as far as things stand right now, it is going to be coming back down to, it is going to be coming back down to whether Kolkata can pull this back right now and figure out a key to the lock that Hyderabad has, or they have, well, they've basically reached the end of their journey in this tournament.
Very unfortunate. I mean, the first map, what a play coming from both these teams that we saw. But eventually, it panned out that the side of Hyderabad, as you said, a fright in started rolling in. They got all the fuel that they needed. They put forth in their engine, and they're just running away with it. And it looks the same on this map as well. They've already got a huge start. Yes, this is kind of a highly defense favored map, and that's the reason I guess a couple of rounds did come through for the side of Kolkata. And again on the attack, they managed to pull a couple of rounds. That's where they're sitting at 12-6, but a 6-round back to back on the side of Kolkata. I would say they do stand a chance, because I did mention Kolkata on their attack are something that we look forward to on Bind, that they're able to pull it off really well. But with that controller on Helef along with the Sentinel being online, it's just getting difficult. I mean, with those nanoswarms for entry, those gravity wells where you saw Sway got a insane 4K, which, I mean, just imagine if somebody is running in and out of U-Haul. How do you manage to get kills like that? You are just running around and still managing to get kills. That's just beautifully played along with your teammates and using those utilities. Sway pulled it off, and that's where these two players are playing it really well. Yes, the side of Kolkata do have two controllers to play with, the Viper as well as the Astra, but before these controllers can use their utilities to take control of site, it is already the side of Hyderabad preventing the entry with their utilities.
I agree. I think that it's just coming down to the fact that the side of Kolkata is, well, they're having a tough time, and they need to quickly and successfully figure out a counter strat for this.
Very quickly they need it. Very quickly they need it right now, right here. If they don't manage to pull it off, it's going to get really difficult for them. As I said, yes, a chance of 6-12 is where we are standing at. 12-12 is really possible. As we have seen throughout the league stages, Bind is a map which is highly favored to get a lot of overtimes, where it should have been heaven on the other case, where it is like when a team moves into attacker side, they pull off a lead of 10-2, but when they go into defense, they feel the same heat coming from the opponent, and eventually becomes a 12-12. But in Bind, for some reason, teams are fighting out really well and are getting it into overtime. So I think it can get to overtime. I mean, it's not out of the boards, because to remember, if you've watched us from the league stages, if you have not, make sure you like and subscribe, because this is the eliminator and we'll be heading on to qualifiers too, where it'll be question mark versus Bengaluru Crushers, who will be playing it out, and that's going to be another intense game that we'll be looking forward to. So make sure you have liked and subscribed. But for the viewers who have seen the league stages and have not, a quick match recap that I would have to give: the fight between Kolkata Tridents and Punjab Pinnacles. Punjab was down to 10-3 or 9-3, I guess, and then Punjab insanely pulled off to 12-11 or 12-12 and managed to close it in their favor. So on the map of Bind, it's highly likely that there can be a comeback, but also Kolkata, that was their defense that they lost when Punjab managed to make a comeback on their attack. So Kolkata on attack, as I said, is really good and they can manage to pull it off, but they need to be ready for it. If they're not ready for it, if they're not reading, as Dr. Dang said, if they're not reading what Hyderabad is managing to do every round, one side they're trying to push, one side they're looking for information, one side they're taking advantage, and another side they're letting the opponent come in and holding aggressive angles. That's what is happening. If somebody's pushing out in B, it's not going to be the same case at A, and that should be how they should look forward to. If somebody is pushing down at B, punish that person from pushing from B, and that is where you'll get an advantage. And also, an opening in sight. Yes, there might be a rotation coming through, but if you're ready for that rotation coming through, use your utilities, you will have a better chance in pulling that round as well as get that victory and those rounds back to back.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. I think that it comes down to the fact that you cannot predict things like this. You cannot always think about, you cannot always think about the fact that it comes down to one particular strategy that the other team uses that gets them the win. It's about a lot more things. It's a lot about the fact that, well, sometimes it's just a better day for the other team. Sometimes it is just a better day for the individual players. We saw Deathmaker against Rajasthan go 31-6, and how does that make it any different than today's game? Well, today he's not able to pull the same level of performance out. But does that make it Deathmaker's fault? It does not. It does not make it a single player's fault. It is always a team effort for the win, and it is always a team, as you can, I don't know which word to use opposite for an effort, but it's always a team's fault for the win as well. Sometimes your team might be completely outsmarted or outshined by the other team, and at that point of time, just accept it, take it to the chin, and then you come back for a second serving the next time. And that is exactly why the Sky League has been going on for so long. You give the teams the opportunity to counter-strat each other, to counter-strat the way that the teams play. And that is what we saw. Mumbai got the opportunity to counter-strat Rajasthan, and they took it up with open hands. They took down Rajasthan on the very map that the team was strong at. And well, at the end of the day, that is exactly what is needed from their side. So that is what we are left with right now. But Bind, it is in the closing halves. I don't know how to put this, but for Hyderabad, it's really just time to start thinking about what they want to do against Bangalore. And as for Kolkata, well, they still have a round that they can work around with. They still have an opportunity. Maybe they can use that to get themselves the win.
Survival is what they're looking forward to right now. I mean, 6 rounds on the line. Kolkata have a chance, as I said, but for Hyderabad, as you mentioned, Dr. Dan, they can start thinking about what they can do to Bengaluru, because Bengaluru, the performance that they had throughout the league was better. Yesterday, for some reason, they did not have a great day. I would just keep it at that. They did not have a great day. They did try a lot, but eventually Rajasthan managed to take away the victory. But looking at how Hyderabad have evolved, this is what we talked about. Any team that we have seen in the league stages is not the same as we ended up at the league stage, as well as now we are seeing in the playoffs itself. They are not the same team. Hyderabad have completely evolved as a team. It's a completely different performance that we are seeing. I mean, they are learning strategies. They are completely taking it into offensive mode on the side of Kolkata, and they're putting it forth and working it out really well. So I think Hyderabad making this evolve, making this change in terms of whatever they've done throughout the break of couple of days happened before the playoffs itself is working out really good. And one of the more things that is hanging over on top of their head is that they were the previous champions and they're defending the title to keep it this time as well. I think that's where it's just adding to their flames. I mean, putting more oil into the flame, one ends up burning it brightly or might end up burning themselves. I think here it's just burning the side of Hyderabad very brightly in taking a lot of rounds and showing that they are getting better. So Hyderabad, look forward to take away the win, and it looks like they have a great chance as well. But in the meantime, for other viewers, good news, we have a confirmation from our production that we are heading into the match and the players have reconnected.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case. And with that, it's Hyderabad fanboys, it's Hyderabad fans who are going to be having a great time now because they're at match point, they're pumped up. But for Kolkata, they're that close. They need to pull this up. They need to make sure that they get this back. And well, I think that is what we are going to be headed in for. But as far as things stand, it is going to be the last and the final round between both these teams in this matchup if Hyderabad can take the win on this round. But Mia16, she's going to start things off. She gets way right to ace with 1, 2 and 3 out of nowhere. Heavan, Rexy, Deathmaker all fall. Mia16 pulls one back, but it looks like we spoke a little too early about the comeback because Kolkata is going to be in a very, very tough spot. And well, it is down to Mia16 as well as the Astra. Whitehorse is going to pull one back, so at least there is a chance, but the shock darts are coming in. Their positions are known. The Astral Divide is going to be useful, but only for making sure that they cannot get right to ace. Amaterasu on the backstab. He gets Mia16. It's all down to Whitehorse in a 1v2. 30 seconds on the board. The spike needs to be recovered. All the hopes and the dreams of Kolkata are going to be riding on this man and this man only. He jumps into the TP, into the welcoming arms of Amaterasu. That's the final frag. He knew what was happening. He knew that the rotate would be pulled. And that is Hyderabad making sure that they get that win. The fact that they're able to make their way up to the qualifiers too with a 3-0 win against a team like Kolkata just tells you that this is Hyderabad for you. This is Hyderabad for Sky League 2021 in the qualifiers too.
What a play. I mean, this is just beautifully played from the side of Hyderabad. You saw right to ace from nowhere, got 3 kills back to back. Then he went down to safety. Yes, there was one person who was trying to push and get an advantage, and that was Whitehorse punishing that person and getting that back to equalizer. But then Meow going to clear U-Haul ends up giving away her life to Amaterasu, who was on a backstab. That was really well played. But look at Amaterasu. I mean, again, playing the game for a long time just goes to say that you read your opponent really well. And Amaterasu, he could have held that backstab for a quite long time as well. He did not have to rotate the back to market and held that TP position, but he knew that is what is going to happen because right to ace was near to A, and Amaterasu, the last position that he was known, was also on a backstab at A shot, and that's just beautifully played from the side of team Hyderabad in reading your opponent, in counter-statting them and closing the round on a dominant fashion as well, on bind with 13-6. And Deathmaker, again, you can see he's topping the table. Yes, he is pulled off really well for his team, but the opponents together played really well. You can again see the side of Hyderabad have figured it out. At the end of the day, it's going to be team game coming through. It's not that one person has to do the heavy lifting, and figuring this sweet strategy out. The side of Hyderabad have pulled this off really amazing. So I look forward to how this team will manage to pull it back right here, right now, because now Hyderabad welcome them to qualifiers too, where they'll be battling it out with Bengaluru Crushers.
Well, that is going to be the case in Eliminator. It is going to be Hyderabad walking away with a 3-0 win. And as far as we are going to be having, we are going to be having the play from the side of Hyderabad. First map, Icebox really set me up. I thought that we were going to be having such a close game between both these teams. But after that, Hyderabad just shifted it into another gear, especially on the map of Haven. And after that, it was just game over for them. After that, it was just Hyderabad, and Hyderabad all the way. There was no other way to put it except the fact that this team really showed us what they're capable of. And as for the game between Hyderabad and Bangalore coming up next, it's going to be another El Clasico. I'm so excited for this. It is going to be insane, to say the least. And let us walk away and take a breather to see what we are going to be having in qualifiers 2 tomorrow. It's going to be the El Clasico of the Indian Valorant scene. Bangalore take on Hyderabad, and the game is going to be absolutely insane.
I'm excited for it, Dr. Dang. I'm super hyped already. I'm pretty sure the viewers would also be interested in taking it right today, but let's just give Hyderabad a victory that they can rejoice, and we'll see tomorrow what happens, because it's going to be a very tough and a very intense battle, just like we saw on the first qualifiers. But again, a little bit that I want to talk about the number of scoreboard from the side of Team Hyderabad as well as Kolkata. Marzal, this man. If yes, we were a little bit mesmerized in what Hyderabad managed to do, but the side of Hyderabad, Marzal alone got 9 first bloods, Dr. Dang. 9 first bloods. This man went insane, went bonkers on front of Kolkata Tridents. You see, Deathmaker has only 1 first blood, but yes, he did manage to play for his team. He did try to get a number of kills for his team, but eventually did not manage to find the flow. Whereas the side of Team Hyderabad, 20, 18, 14, this is how their kills are panning out to be. Whereas the side of Kolkata, 20 is only 1 person, that's Deathmaker. Everybody else very low in terms of number of kills, and that's where the team game figured out really well. But that's about today's game, and tomorrow qualifiers to Dr. Dang. I'm pretty sure me and you are especially a tad bit more excited, because yes, it'll be battle between the El Clasico giants, but it's also kind of a friendly battle between us, for the sole reason that I'm from Bangalore, I'm sitting right here, you're from Hyderabad, you're waiting for your team for that victory, and it's going to be super sweet to see who is going to take this up. Yes, we'll be having the casting on point, but still at the end of the day, we'll be looking forward to who will be celebrating it.
I mean, me and Lucifer, Lucifer is going to be a little scared, obviously, because he's going up against Hyderabad.
Okay. I'm not going to say much.
It's okay. We know for a fact that both our teams are going to be doing the talking in the game. And no matter whether it is me supporting Hyderabad or Bangalore, or you supporting Hyderabad or Bangalore, it is going to come down to the players. And it doesn't matter if Bangalore has 1 million fans and Hyderabad only had 1. It doesn't matter if it's the opposite case. At the end of the day, it will be down to the players to decide whether it's Bangalore or Hyderabad. So we can fight about it all day long, on stream, off stream. We can have people fight about it in chat. We can say all kinds of things to each other. But at the end of the day, it is just those 5 players who are going to be playing for Bangalore and the 5 players who are going to be playing for Hyderabad that are going to be making the difference between both of these teams. And for today, it is just such a great day for Hyderabad fans, because I feel bad for Kolkata in the fact that despite Icebox being so close, they ended up with a 3-0 loss. And I don't feel great when there is a team that gets completely washed off the board especially in such an important game. So I feel that maybe if if Kolkata could have given a little bit of a tougher fight, it would have been advantageous for the side of Hyderabad as well, because that would have meant that in tomorrow's game they're a lot more prepped. They have a lot more ways to figure out that, oh, you know what, we made this mistake yesterday, maybe we don't make this mistake today, because tomorrow is also going to be a B05. They get to play every single map as long as some team does not reach 3 points beforehand. And I just feel that for Hyderabad, had Kolkata pulled up a map, at least given Hyderabad some points to say that, you know what, you messed up here and here's the price you pay. It was the opposite way around. For every single map except for Icebox on Bind as well as for Haven, it was kind of just a one-sided affair. And being an Hyderabad fan, I'm really excited for the game tomorrow. But at the same time, it does leave something to be desired in a great game that I wanted to see between Kolkata and Hyderabad. Don't get me wrong, it was a very good game on Icebox. But if we could have had 3 maps like that, or even 4, or better yet, 5 maps like that, I would have been a lot more satisfied in the win.
I agree with you. I mean, that is the same case that happened yesterday. Even though that Bengaluru lost yesterday in front of Rajasthan, I did make the statement that at the end of the day, with the 5 matches that we saw yesterday, 5 maps that played out, I witnessed a really amazing game coming from both these teams. Yes, on the last 2 maps, there was one domination coming from the side of team Bengaluru on Icebox. That was the other way around on the map of Bind. But the rest 3 maps, pulling it off to 5 maps, was an amazing game that we witnessed yesterday. Today, yes, we did wish for it. We know for a fact that with this eliminators coming in, the high stakes that is there, that one of the teams would have to be going down today and seeing bye bye, that it's a high stake game. And we wished for it to be a 5 map gameplay coming through from both the teams, but we understand that the side of Hyderabad, I would go far and say this again, that they evolved from wherever they were standing at the 3rd position. They did have fun and games on the last league match along with Kolkata itself, but today they put up their serious faces rather than even saying that it was a serious face. They did make it like we are on another day in the office. Let's just enjoy. Let's make sure we are doing our best rather than getting ourselves in a pressurized situation and pulling off what we were ready to pull off. And I think that's what they managed to do. They walked in with a strategy, they walked in with a book in hand, they walked in to warm up themselves. They did it in the first map of Icebox, then coming into the next 2 maps, they were ready to do whatever they were bringing in. And I think it just played out right in the favor of what Hyderabad managed to do and wanted to do as well. Whereas Kolkata, who had a strategy in place on Icebox, put up a fight. We saw them going down in terms of morale, in terms of emotion in the map of Icebox itself. I think they took a hit there. If they did manage to clear their mind out right there, even when Hyderabad were at like 12-10, Hyderabad took a technical pause. I mean, no, sorry, a tactical pause, that they understood this is our full buy. If we want rounds to start flowing back, we have to not let go of any rounds and then push it to overtime. And that one tack pause coming from the side of Hyderabad, they pulled it off in an instant. And that's what the side of, I think, Kolkata needed, where they were trying to do it, but eventually I think the pressure, the mind game took the best from the side of Hyderabad on top of Kolkata Tridents.
Well, that is going to be true. And I think that despite Kolkata really pulling it up in the last stage of the game, I mean, in the league, if you look at Kolkata's games, and again, I can just pull that up on the side because, well, as casters and analysts, we get access to, you know, certain material that is going to make it easier for us to figure out as to, you know, what multiple things are happening. So while I pull that up, Lucifer, one thing that I really wanted to make the point of, and that this link is going to really help me out, is the fact that Kolkata, despite having such an upward graph, they started off so weak in this league. Well, they lost 2-1. Sorry, they lost 2-1. They got a win 1-2. Then they lost 2-3-0s. They pulled a 3-0 back. They won a 2-1, and then they pulled a 3-0 at the end of the day to get their spot in the semi-final, in the playoffs. And it just kind of goes to show that, well, they played it really well, but at the same time, they made certain mistakes that you kind of just have to live with. In the games versus Delhi, they've lost 3-0 and they won 3-0. They won 2-1 and they lost 2-1. Against Rajasthan, they lost a 3-0, but then they came back and won a 2-1. So they kind of did get that edge back. But at the same time, you have to understand that that was in the league. This is right now in the eliminator. And the whole point of the eliminator is that you make a single mistake, you go out. And that is what Kolkata will be doing right now. Unfortunate for them. If there was a team other than Hyderabad that if I had to go and support for, it definitely would be Kolkata, simply because of the players. I mean, I say Kolkata, but at the same time, I know that there are multiple teams in this tournament that are really, really good. I would have loved to see Delhi here as well. I would have loved to see Mumbai here as well. Punjab, Chennai as well. But we can only have 4 teams. We can only have one team that wins. And today it was Hyderabad who showed us their class. It was Hyderabad who showed us that, well, we might have had a rocky start to the league. We might not have performed the best that we did in the league, but trust me, we are going to be the ones to take the crown once again for ourselves. And I hope that is going to be the case, but we'll just have to wait and watch.
Wait and watch is what we all have to do, because as I said, teams are just evolving. Might be that Rajasthan, which showed a performance in front of Bengaluru Crushers on the first qualifiers, yes, sitting in the finale position, but might be on that day whoever their opponent is might have a completely different outcome there. I mean, I'm not saying they have a loss or a victory, but I'm saying they might have a completely different strategy in gameplay coming through. I think that's what has happened. That's where the change has come across from the teams. Maybe Kolkata were not ready in completely evolving through for the side of Hyderabad. And Hyderabad, as I said, they have a huge title that they are holding on to from the previous league to walking into AMD Ryzen Skyesports League 2021. They won that title as well. Same goes for Rajasthan Strikers. They were the previous runner-ups, and for them to make sure they get the title this time, they're bringing all their guns out. They're ready for strategies. They're changing their lineups, and we have talked about a lot of this. You play, I did say 3 things that you have to worry about: aim, your utility, and the mind game. And mind game, how do you play it better? You can play it in the game as well as when you're picking up agent. If you pick up an agent that the opponent was not ready for, I think that was Sai yesterday doing for Bengaluru Crushers, who generally does play that jet, picked up that IGL role along with that sentinel, played it to perfection for his team and brought that victory. And that one change in terms of a character and a playstyle, I think just played out better for the side of Rajasthan. Same today, I guess, kind of worked out for the side of team Bengaluru. For Hyderabad Nawabs. You saw their play. They warmed up, they understood what the side of Kolkata were bringing in on the map of Icebox. But immediately when Amaterasu switched from his role from that sentinel, where he slowed the game down to increase the game to a 2x speed, I think that just turned the tide around for the side of team Kolkata Tridents. Yes, Amaterasu has been playing that Phoenix throughout how we have seen him map out to a duelist. But that change in terms of one map to the second map to a complete outright difference, I think just worked out really well for Amaterasu. Whereas the side of team Kolkata did bring in Flex, mapped out, put out Hevan for that map of Haven. But yes, Flex did play out, but they were not ready for that kind of a play coming from Amaterasu. Sway with that insane martial shots that he picked off, even entry frags that she was denying from happening for the side of Team Kolkata. I think things started folding down really well for the side of Team Kolkata and did not work out in their favor. So a great try from the side of Kolkata, but I think, as we said, they were not as much as transformed where Hyderabad is, and Hyderabad stakes is even higher at this moment.
Well, that is true. I think that the feeling that Kolkata fans have today, tomorrow, both Bangalore and Hyderabad fans are going to be having, because we know for a fact that the second a team loses a map, it's going to heavily change uh, the outcome of what the teams are feeling. Because today for Hyderabad, yes, they were able to keep their composure against Kolkata, but tomorrow will they be able to do it against Bangalore? Because we know Bangalore versus Hyderabad is a lot more special of a game than just a Kolkata versus Hyderabad. We know that it is the El Clasico. We know that every single fan in the country who watches Valorant, anyone who plays Valorant, knows that when Hyderabad and Bangalore go up against each other, it is a game you don't want to miss. It is not a game that you would want to leave an second of not watching. It just comes down to that. But as we speak, we have the top 5 players up. Deathmaker, he is going to be successfully breaking that 1,000 kill mark. He reaches 1,018 kills, but it is still SK Rossi at the top with 1,137 kills in 15 games. MW1 with 15 games and 923, Skills with 821 in 15 games, and Binks at 650 with 14 games. Just look at these players. They're absolutely insane.
Insane is the right word. I mean, if there is one more word that we could have used, I'm not even sure. I'm not even able to get my mind to think about that. But insane is one right word that we can talk about it. But very unfortunate that a strong contender for the AMD Ryzen MVP, Deathmaker, would have to bid adieu with us, and he's not going to be continuing further for the sole reason that his team could not make it to qualifiers 2. That is the end of Kolkata Tridents. But one, we can say that yes, Deathmaker managed to pull off into 1,000 kills for his team and for him alone, but now he would have to let go of the title of AMD Ryzen MVP, whereas the previous time he did manage to bag that MVP even though Rajasthan did not win. Yes, it was the runner-up, so there was like kind of two titles for the side of Team Rajasthan previously with MVP for DM, but this time it's not DM on Rajasthan, it's for Kolkata Tridents that he's working on. But a great show that this man has put up. We did see him also not having a great start, but on this day, today, he did show up huge, pulled off really insane kills, but we wished for to see more of Deathmaker's performance, but unfortunately we would have to let go of one team and welcome another one as we head into qualifiers 2.
Well, heading into qualifiers 2, it's going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least, because as we said, El Clasico time, it's going to be very hard to predict anything. It's going to be extremely difficult to predict who's going to be getting that win, who is going to be coming out on top. And as far as things stand, I can see the faces that Lucifer is making for me, and trust me, they are not going to be good ones. We're talking about the top 5 content creators. It's Solo at the top with 615 frags to top the list. Hydra Flick, well, he's not going to be increasing the kills that he has, but he's still number 2 on the board. Rebel, he also will be locked in at 3rd place with 457 kills. And Sway with 305 kills is back on the board. Fatu, well, he will be stuck at 301, unfortunately, as well.
Yep, I mean, I would say very unfortunate for a couple of players here in the content creators board, but a kind of a bit lucky for the players who are still moving ahead, because Sway, look at her, she was not here in the content creators board at all in the start, but eventually with that change coming in, that she moved into the side of Hyderabad, and after the league matches ended, that's where she made her entry, and we did say yes, she has a chance to catch up maybe to the 3rd or the 2nd position, but I don't think after that she would be able to do it, because Solo is at a huge 615 kills. That's twice of where Sway stands today, and if Sway would have an earlier start with the side of Hyderabad Nawabs, maybe it would have been a better day for Sway. But nonetheless, as a content creator for Sway, it has been a great day, and she is having an amazing performance that she's being putting up on the side of Hyderabad Nawabs. So we'll be watching her even more in the qualifiers too. That's going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be a battle that we are all waiting for.
Well, that is definitely going to be something that we are all waiting for, because again, it's going to be a very, very close game, and I'm pretty sure we are not going to be seeing a 3-0 for either one, nor for Hyderabad nor for Bangalore. We might just see a 3-1 or a 3-2, but I know for a fact that we are going to be seeing a very close matchup between both these teams.
Very close matchup. It is going to be content creators, pro players who will be coming, who will be fighting, is what we would have to look forward to. What will be the lineup for the day tomorrow? Will it be the same thing that we saw today, or is going to be Hyderabad changing it? Because yes, it did not go as far as 5 maps for Bengaluru to see the whole strategy coming in from the side of Hyderabad. So a couple of maps are safe, such as Ascent as well as Split, as what the side of Team Hyderabad had packed. So not knowing the lineup is something, I would say, an advantage right as of now for the side of Team Hyderabad. But one more thing, the side of Team Bengaluru played all the 5 maps yesterday, showed all the kinds of players and their utilities, what they would be picking for a respective map, and if Hyderabad have watched that, it's going to be a really good counterplay coming through, because Bengaluru right now, the only way they can put something better is by hiding something that they did in the previous map or change something that they did with the fight with Rajasthan. But as of now, they did look good with their lineup, but they did not find it great yesterday. But Hyderabad, as I mentioned, have not revealed all their strategies. So Hyderabad is something that Bengaluru needs to be ready and watching out for.
Well, Hyderabad is something that Bangalore needs to watch out for, and Bangalore is something that Hyderabad needs to watch, because again, it might be El Clasico, and yes, there is definitely going to be a side of the fan base that supports Hyderabad, a side of the fan base that supports Bangalore. But you have to understand that when you look at these teams objectively, when you look at them for the sake of the teams that they are, you'll realize there is nothing to go by to say that Bangalore or Hyderabad is going to have an easy win. There is nothing to say that, because yes, Bangalore may be at the top of the table, but if you look at history, Hyderabad's the one in Sky League that has had the more wins. If you look at the teams that are, probably the teams that have not qualified, well, they are teams that have also defeated Bangalore, not probably in this iteration of Sky League 21, but probably in the last one. So you just have to understand that every single matchup is going to be different. When Kolkata and Hyderabad went up against each other, it was not a 3-0 for Hyderabad for the second game. It was a close one. It was a 2-1. So did we expect that? We didn't. But with that, we will be reaching the end of the stream for today. It is Hyderabad making their way to qualifiers 2 with a 3-0 win over Kolkata, 14-12 on Icebox, 13-3 on Haven, and then 13-6 on the map of Bind to finish it off in Eliminator. Kolkata take the 4th place. They get the spot that they would have definitely wanted in the playoffs, but unfortunately not the spot that they would have wanted in the league. They would have wanted to finish first, but it is Hyderabad and Bangalore going up against each other tomorrow at 1 p.m. So till then, make sure that you are tuned in, you're subscribed, you liked the stream, you'll send a like on the stream, and with that out of the way, we will be signing off. So me, Dr. Dang, as well as Lucifer, see you all tomorrow at 1 p.m. same place, same time.
Take care. Bye-bye.